that ran those programs. Unfortunately, one of those individuals, maybe got retired here in the past and is currently missing, which is very concerning.
Does he seem like he's gloating a little bit there?
They already have the list of some of these hostile presidencies and this that ran those programs. Unfortunately, one of those individuals, maybe got retired here in the past and is currently missing, which is very concerning.
Does he seem like he's gloating a little bit there? Unfortunately, one of those guys is no longer with us.
To me as well.
That's a whole other topic you could do a show on.
That's a whole other topic. President.
Hello, everybody. Happy Friday. How's everybody feeling?
Good.
Excellent. We've got Jeremy Scahill here, of course, of Dropsite News, joining us at the top of the show to break down some fast-moving developments with regard to our war with Iran. I'm still not entirely sure what happened yesterday, Jeremy. Maybe you have more clarity, but it looks like perhaps the Iranians fired on some U.S. ships. U.S. retaliated with strikes on Karg Island, among other locations. Trump is insisting, though, that all of this bombing does not amount to a violation of the ceasefire somehow. Mac, if you could pull that up, we can take a listen to that and then get Jeremy's reaction on the other side.
after these strikes, is the ceasefire with Iran still on?
Yeah, it is. They trifled with us today. We blew them away. They trifled. I call that a trifle. I'll let you know when there's no ceasefire. You won't have to know. If there's no ceasefire, you're not going to have to know. You're just going to have to look at one big glow coming out of Iran. And they better sign their agreement fast.
Could you give us an update on what is the latest in those talks?
The talks are going very well, but they have to understand, if it doesn't get signed, they're going to have a lot of pain.
So not only do you have him adopting a rather Israeli definition of ceasefire that apparently it doesn't mean an end to the war at all, but then he makes another genocidal nuclear seemingly threat against Iran in those comments. Jeremy, what is your understanding of what happened and what is happening now?
You know, Crystal, one of the things that I've been hearing from Iranian officials prior to this incident actually the night that Trump announced that he was ending Project Freedom, the label that he gave this operation in the Strait of Hormuz that basically was a total failure. I mean, a couple of ships got through, but the stated mission was to ensure free passage of civilian merchant vessels, and that clearly didn't happen. But what I was told by Iranian officials is that there had been many more clashes between U.S. and Iranian forces in the Strait of Hormuz than had been reported in the media, and that basically Trump had a couple of problems. One is that the Saudis and the Kuwaitis told the United States that they didn't want to give overflight rights to the United States if they were expanding their operations in the Strait of Hormuz. I don't think that that was, the sort of definitive thing as it was portrayed in the media. It was one factor here as to why Trump didn't go ahead with sort of keeping that in place. But the other part of it was that as U.S. warships started to move further past the red lines that the Iranians had said were kind of clearly Iranian territory, Iran considered, first of all, they consider the military blockade itself an act of war. And secondly, when U.S. ships come into clearly defined Iranian territory, they view any counteractions that they take against them as defensive. It's unclear who fired first or what the actual facts are right now. Both Iran and the United States are claiming the other side fired first. But what is clear is that there was an exchange of fire. The Iranians claim they actually hit some U.S. ships. The United States and CENTCOM are denying that. But what happened is that Trump authorized fairly heavy but very short-term bombing of an island off of Iran's coastal territory. They also struck in the city of Manab, which, as you'll recall, was the place where, in the opening hours of the February 28th bombing that started this war, the U.S. with cruise missiles hit a girls' school, killing 165 people, most of them young girls. And the backdrop of all of this is that there has been this exchange of amendments to a 14-point proposal for what is being called the Memorandum of Understanding. It's true that this exists. I mean, there's a lot of propaganda coming from the Barack Ravid Axios, sphere, because what they often do is they say that this is the framework, but actually what they're doing is they're reporting on U.S. demands, and then that puts the Iranians in a position where it looks like they're either backtracking or it's meant to sort of pressure them. So this was going on, and I guess the news of this is that last night I was told that Iran had finalized its decision prior to Trump initiating this bombing against Iran and was on the verge of actually sending it to the United States. And then once these strikes happened that Iran publicly said was a violation of the ceasefire, they said we're pausing or suspending the submission of this proposal. Then I started to hear from Iranians that the Pakistanis were going nuts. They were taken by surprise that the United States had done this. Pakistan is the primary mediating country. And they were basically frantically trying to get the United States to stop. And Iran, I was told, was prepared to start striking at what they called U.S. interests in the broader Persian Gulf. And it's clear that there were some back channel discussions aimed at sort of calming this down. Marco Rubio says they expect the Iranians to submit their sort of version or their amendments to what the U.S. sent them the other day. But I think this could have gone into a very, very intense escalation. And the final thing I'll say on this regarding Trump, I mean, think about what he keeps saying. The Iranians are desperate to make a deal. They just want to make a deal. But the fact is that the Iranians are not doing that. And I think that what the American public, because there was such propaganda about the extent of the destruction that was done to Iran. You had this report in the Washington Post yesterday that actually the Iranians retain a huge percentage. They said 70%, 75% of both ballistic missiles and drones. The American public was led to believe that Iran was basically finished and that it was collapsing. And in fact, the Iranian foreign minister, in a post on X this morning, Abbas Araghchi, said that the CIA assessments as published in the Washington Post are actually incorrect. Our capacity is more like 120% of our ballistic missiles because they're saying they've been rebuilding them. I think they're telling the truth. I think the Iranians have a far more sophisticated manufacturing operation for their ballistic missiles and drones. They also recently got dual-use technology imported from China. The United States is aware that those shipments happen. And I think that at the end of the day, one of the scandals of this is that the U.S. has consistently misled, if not outright lied, about the extent of damage. And that's why Trump keeps saying, oh, they want to make a deal. The Iranians still feel that they have leverage, and they think that Trump backed off in the Strait of Hormuz because he was stuck. And because he has a visit coming up with Xi Jinping in China. He wants some kind of a flimsy memorandum of understanding. And Trump wants the Iranians to preemptively say things about their nuclear program that as of this moment when I'm talking to you, the Iranians are saying they are not going to negotiate on the front end of a memorandum of understanding about issues that took 3 years to negotiate under Barack Obama when the 2015 deal was done.
So that's basically, if they're supposed to be talking about in the front end 15, 20-year moratorium on enrichment, Jeremy, your sources are indicating that is, no matter what, dead on arrival. They will not be agreeing to enrichment moratoriums.
I mean, it's a good question, Emily, and what I've been told up to this moment is that it's possible that the Iranians are going to make some broader general statement about nuclear that could be contained in this MOU. There may be some compromise language that sort of indicates that eventually the Iranians are going to talk about this. Maybe they'll put some statement in there that has to do with like a nuclear weapon. Trump keeps saying they have to say that they're never going to build a nuclear weapon. Well, that's been Iran's position for a few decades now. And there was a fatwa issued by the late Supreme Leader saying that it would be a sin to possess a weapon of mass destruction. But Trump is really obsessing on that, and maybe that opens some wiggle room where the Iranians essentially restate an existing position. Although, Emily, I will say there is a ferocious debate that's been intensified within Iran's ruling circles right now about whether it was a mistake not to have pursued a nuclear weapon because the North Korean government remains intact and isn't being, bombed by the United States for the sole reason that it has a nuclear weapon. So I think that the Iranians have called it a red line. The idea that they're going to put up terms in any sort of detail or make front-end commitments would be a massive concession from the Iranians, and they are saying that they are absolutely not going to do that.
Jeremy, last night we had, in the middle of all of this, Rachel Scott tweeted out here that Trump apparently called this back and forth, this attack on Iran, a love tap. And again, when asked if this meant that the ceasefire was over, he said, no, it's still in full effect. What do you think from the Iranians' POV, how they're interpreting this? Are they interpreting this as a simple love tap and the ceasefire is still on? Or is this going to throw a grenade in the middle of everything? How do you think they're interpreting all of this?
I think that the Iranians are approaching this with what sometimes has been called by both Hezbollah or Iran strategic patience. I think Iran could have reacted in a way where they just sort of lit up the Persian Gulf countries again. I mean, there are reports of explosions that happen in Abu Dhabi and Dubai, and certainly the Iranians have carved out the United Arab Emirates as a particular adversary in this. They view them as essentially an Arab satellite of Israel, as doing the bidding of the United States and Israel. So, if there were some strikes, it seems like it's possible that the Iranians did hit the United Arab Emirates, but it wasn't a massive attack. And again, it's still not confirmed. But no, I think that they were waiting to see how far this was going to go. If the United States started to assassinate or try to do targeted strikes along with Israel against leadership figures, then I think we would have saw a dramatic escalation. So, I get the sense based on the official position Iran is taking, which is that the spokesperson for their joint armed forces, the conventional military, clearly said this is a violation of the ceasefire, but did not say the ceasefire is over. When Abbas Araghchi, the top diplomat for Iran, finally addressed this situation, he zeroed in on sort of how the United States pattern is that they claim to be wanting a deal or on the verge of a deal, and then they continue to attack us. So what we have not heard is the Iranians saying that all of this is over. And my understanding is that they had reached a conclusion on their position that they were going to send via Pakistan back to the United States. That may well happen today, but I wouldn't count on it just from Marco Rubio's word. I think there's a lot of diplomacy going on right now, and not just Pakistan, but China is becoming increasingly involved. Abbas Araghchi was just in Beijing meeting with senior Chinese officials. The Chinese are becoming increasingly outspoken on Trump's military blockade in the Strait of Hormuz. China has the most to lose in terms of the oil flow through the Strait of Hormuz. It's an incredibly powerful country. Trump very much brags about his close relationship with the Chinese leader. And so I think China is also looking at this and saying, Donald Trump's going to be here in a matter of days. He doesn't want to cruise into Beijing on a sort of failure tour. And so I think Trump is the one who's desperate right now. And the Iranians are aware of that. Trump wants some piece of paper he can point to where he can claim that he's now, again, ending a war, by the way, which he started, and then rolling into China so that he can feel like he's sort of the good guy in all of this. The cards are in the Iranians' hands right now to an extent, and so I wouldn't look for them to be doing any radical concessions. Trump is the one who's kind of backed himself into a corner here just in the short term.
Yeah. Well, and I also, found it very noteworthy and interesting, the reporting from you guys and from other outlets that the Saudis and the Kuwaitis said, no, we're not going to help you with your Operation Freedom or whatever it was called, which had just been announced with great fanfare. You had multiple press conferences from the Secretary of State, from Pete Hegseth and General Kane coming out and talking about this, touting this thing. I don't know, Hegseth used some, we're putting a red, white, and blue dome over the strait or something like that. And then just as quickly as it begun, it's completely reversed. And we find out behind the scenes, the Saudis and Kuwaitis said, no, we're not going to help you with this, and you need us. So I found that very interesting because that added a limiting factor in that I hadn't considered before, on top of the political limitations for Trump, on top of the economic limitations, on top of, all of the constraints that he has just in terms of supplies and munitions and capacity. You also add in that your allies, a few of them are going, I'm not sure about everything that you're up to here, and we could pull the plug. Now, the reporting now is that they've said, okay, well, you can use our air bases again, you can have flyover rights again, we're all good. But that seemed to be a very significant development in my view, Jeremy.
Yeah, I mean, as I said at the onset, I think it was a factor. And you have to remember also that right now there's a competition between and a jockeying for prime position in the Gulf between the Saudis and the Emiratis. And, the tensions and the conflict between Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates also goes back to the civil war in Sudan. The United Arab Emirates is widely seen around the world as facilitating massive war crimes in Sudan. The Saudis were back-channeling and trying to get Trump involved with that in a deeper way. The Emiratis, by exiting OPEC, recently won Trump's praise. They are increasingly overtly and openly intense in their praise of Israel and their claims that they're going to start deeper military cooperation. And I think that, the Kuwaitis and the Saudis, Kuwait in particular, took a massive beating in this war. And it's the place where the single largest number of American soldiers were hit. Kuwait was just absolutely pummeled alongside the United Arab Emirates. But the Kuwaitis, I think, felt like they are going to be left to fend for themselves when the United States escalates this. And then they're right on the front lines. Anyone just pull out a map. Look how close Kuwait is to Iran. And so I think from Kuwait's perspective, they're saying, the last time you escalated and started bombing them, we had to endure 6 weeks of massive strikes raining down on our territory. And by the way, it was just announced this week that Kuwait had to put it in order for billions of dollars worth of new Patriot missiles and interceptors that are not going to be ready for many, many years. That's another story here. So I don't think the Saudis and the Kuwaitis were saying, we don't, we love Iran now and we're going to sort of heroically block you. I think the perception is you didn't defend us. You put all your effort into Israel and all your effort into waging this war of choice, and you left us as sitting ducks. So at least it was like a 24-hour protest that they engaged in. But I think the deeper story here is it was just a strategic failure. And that blockade is harming many, many other countries more than it is Iran right now. The Iranians can last for months, I think, based on their current supply. They're used to having a resistance economy. the Foundation for Defensive Democracies pumped all this stuff into the Trump administration's head, that the oil wells were going to explode within 3 days in Iran, that the country was going to go into sort of like a deep, deep financial crisis. Yes, they're having trouble with liquidity right now. There's no question about that. Inflation is skyrocketing in Iran. No one is going to say that Iran's economy is doing great, but Iran has many months of supplies, and you're not seeing core shortages of food. Malls are still open. Stores are still stocked. Green markets are still functioning. Gas is still available. This is not the strangulation that Trump thought, and I think that it was just becoming an epic failure, and the clock was ticking toward this China visit, and Trump was under a lot of pressure from China in particular to make a deal and stop this.
Jeremy, I'm curious, what do you think was the actual purpose behind Project Freedom? Because it seems like a rational person looking at the current landscape would understand that commercial shipping vessels are probably not going to go along with a plan to have the U.S. military guide them through, forcing their way through this Iranian blockade of the Strait of Hormuz. Like, was this a genuine attempt that they thought was actually going to work? Or was this sort of an attempt to get a provocation from Iran? Or like, what do you make of this?
Or to get around the War Powers Resolution.
Or to get around the War Powers Resolution as well? Or is it just like a complete desperation move?
I think what Emily just said is a primary part of this. I do think that there was a thought that if the Iranians truly did refuse to make any sort of a deal with the United States, and the U.S. wanted to justify relaunching a war, it seemed like the quote-unquote legal case that they were going to try to make was that they were engaged in a defensive operation that was humanitarian in nature, and if there was any violation of that, it would have been because the Iranians were acting as the aggressors. I certainly think that was a factor. I also think that it's possible that there were some ships that the United States in particular wanted to get out of there because they may not have been what they seemed. There may have been cargo on some ships that the United States was interested in getting out of the strait, and I think there may have been aspects to this that could have been a clandestine operation because something was stuck there that the United States wanted out. I also think that in general, what Trump was trying to do was prepare for potentially seizing some territory or bombing the coastal areas. The Iranians, when I was talking to them just a few days ago, said they thought it was highly likely that there were going to be intense strikes along the coastal areas, some of the islands off of Iran's coast, combined with leadership strikes. So I think Emily is probably right in terms of the bulk of the rationale behind it, but I think there was probably some intelligence operation that went on that we don't fully understand, because some ships did get out of there. And this is a whole other show, but where's that pilot that got shot down and survived? Or the weapons officer? I'm not saying, this thing was all cooked up, but it's possible it was. If this administration isn't parading like those kinds of American heroes in front of it, you have to say, why aren't they? Now, it's possible that we're going to meet that pilot and the weapons officer, and we're going to hear their harrowing story, and we're going to have a new Hollywood film made about it. But it's really odd. And so all of which is just to say, I think that the U.S. has done a number of operations here that are meant to appear one way to the public and may have been about something else, and that could also be a factor here.
And Matt, could you play this clip of President Trump last night? He was touring the reflecting pool outside the Lincoln Memorial being painted, the ground being painted, no water in it right now. And he's getting questions. We've played at least one of them so far, but he makes a nuclear threat. Again, just in the middle of the reflecting pool, he's in the middle of touring the reflecting pool. And Jeremy, I want to get your reaction on the back end as to how this plays in that broader debate that we were talking about. Your sources indicate is happening behind the scenes in Iran, where now the question of whether they should sprint towards nuclear weapons is actually real, and there are different factions. So let's listen to the president here.
They trifle. I call that a trifle. I'll let you know when there's no ceasefire. You won't have to know. If there's no ceasefire, you're not going to have to know. You're just going to have to look at one big glow coming out of Iran. And they better sign their agreement fast.
What's up, Clyde? Welcome in.
One big glow coming out of Iran. How does that change the...
Fact, fantasy, and history have come together to tease the imagination.
Did anybody call you Clyde the Glide? That's what I would call you. That's what I will call you. Oh, dude. Sorry. Obligatory opening screen. Okay. What up? Perp. What's going on? How's it going? Motherfuckers are missing Scahill at their own risk. Okay. I have a lot of complicated thoughts about the fucking files from today. I'm incredibly annoyed. Well, here's the thing. Marjorie Taylor Greene, that's the wrong opinion. That's the same opinion Chapo had, which I think is also wrong. They're like, oh, fucking give me proof or don't give me any more data points. It's like, that's not how that works. That's not how it works. Yeah, we're going to watch Dolan. I think Dolan's summary should be good. There's enough stuff in there to convince me personally that the phenomenon is real and they're hiding a bunch of shit, right? That I remain thoroughly convinced of that, more convinced of that. All the old NASA stuff, first of all, there's photos that were in there that's like you can see a triangle UFO during the Apollo missions hovering above the moon. What the fuck is that? You know, like there's stuff like that that's like completely inexplicable. And again, like I said last night, there's more than enough stuff already out there for a well-thinking, rational human being to have already been convinced, right? Now, this shit, I think Chapo was right about this part. Yes, we can't expect Trump to do anything good, right? Like, I thought perchance he might have found his own monetary angle. That's why I was optimistic last night, because I thought Trump had found a way to profit from it, and that's what he was going to do. Doesn't appear that he's found the angle yet, so it's more obfuscation, right? A lot of this shit I saw was definitely those fucking dots from Arrow, which I think is intentionally put out there and was intentionally spread around earlier in the day because that would help them cement the debunker types would see that and be like, oh, see, this is nothing burger, blah, blah, blah. And they would have pat themselves on the back and then they would ignore it, you know? And I think that's what happened. I think the liberal media, the skeptical fucking types, that's what they did. They saw more of Arrow's bullshit and they just were like, oh, this is all this is. You know, this is a fucking balloon or whatever. And they didn't, look at any of the Twining memo, right? Twining memo has been, it was leaked and shared, widely shared among ufologists, and now it's officially released. That's cool. That is from one of the earliest government documents. That's like they're real, not fictitious. They're definitely something. Hand drawn. But that's what I mean. I don't understand why people are like, oh, give me the full details right now, or I don't care. Like, what is that? What else in life is like that? Nothing is like that. Any subject worth understanding, you have to dig into and fucking piece through, put the pieces together. There's nothing like that. Yeah, I don't think Trump knows. That's the other thing. I don't think Trump has any details. And here's what I think happened. I think that got sent to the Pentagon, right? The Luna thing that we saw like 2 weeks ago or whenever that was. I think Trump thinks it's like another JFK files thing. And I think when he talks about it, I think that's his genuine opinion. I don't think he knows much. I've always thought that. And I think it got sent to the Pentagon a couple weeks ago. And I think that's when the Sean Kirkpatricks and the Susan Goes of the world and the Pete Hegses of the world, they got a hold of it and they twisted it for their own purposes and made it like his is. Because you look at Greenwald, like Greenwald is saying the same thing I'm saying, right? Like this convinces him more, right? Like these are not the things that he's been submitting FOIA requests for and getting rejected, John Greenwald, sorry, not Glenn Greenwald, John Greenwald from the Black Vault. I think Luna got had. I think Luna was screwed. I think I don't think this is what she thought, but I think the Pentagon had it, and they were able to sort of curate the releases, um, much like the Epstein files, right? And I think that's what this is, and I think it's put out in this way to maintain the existing dynamics, right? But like I've always said, there is plenty of stuff out there already official, released, declassified, blah blah blah. Just like the NASA stuff alone. That's completely inexplicable. Like, how the fuck, you know? Like, how is there triangle UFOs on the moon in the 60s? How is that? So, again, does not mean that they're aliens or extraterrestrials or whoever's, but that's doesn't seem to be us, like America, right? Maybe it's the Nazis. I don't think it's the Soviets either because, they probably would have won the Cold War, right? Um, yeah. But I also don't know if that's true though, Tukes, because I think some of the stuff we talked about last night about how it was kind of sad, I think that stuff is real too, like the Carter briefing stuff. Um, I think that's true, right? That this is the whole like idea that it's like undigestible, that's like what people have been whispering about. And the Tom DeLonge stuff, the whole connection to the ancient gods, I think is kind of scary if you think about it. Um, even if we're not lab rats, right? But if we're just a cargo cult, I think what's up, present? That's bad enough, right? Um, and I don't necessarily think Trump wants to admit that, right? Like, it's not as simple as, oh, there's visitors from Zeta Reticuli, right? I don't think it's that. I think it's either some sort of fucking von Neumann long-term, you know, hyper advanced civilization that's been present here for a long time, or I think more likely it's some version of the Anunnaki has been with us this whole time, right? Um, I remain convinced that those are the two most plausible explanations. Third one, I guess, it would be Nazis, but again, that doesn't really fit either because that doesn't explain the pre-World War II stuff and. Uh, yeah, but I think that's intentional, though. That's what I mean. I think that was intentionally done this way, right? Which again is more obfuscation. Trump's not going to do transparency for transparency's sake. If he can find a way to profit from it, he will. But I don't think it's as simple as like, oh, the fucking there's aliens flying around in our skies. Because what they're still here? That's not a visit, Like we've been seeing roughly the same shit since the 40s, right? So what are they doing here this whole time? That's not like, oh, they came and visited, that this is a long-term presence, which is, like I said, at the bare minimum, says a lot about like our lack of sovereignty, Yeah, but that's what I mean. You can use Occam's razor to dismiss one or two of these videos, but when it's the same type of video that's been for decades, you do that at your own fucking peril, I think, right? That's not even getting into the testimony and the documents. So you have to say that like all of the documents are fake. None of the serious experts who studied it know what they're talking about. And all of these videos are just balloons or whatever. Like that doesn't really jive. That doesn't really work. It's like you can, on an individual case by case basis. But I think, you know, that's not really Occam's razor anymore when you see a pattern of similar objects. Like that at that point Occam's razor becomes, okay, this is something tangible that behaves in this manner, you know? Hmm. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think a lot of that stuff was from Arrow, and I think it was intentionally front loaded to sour people on the whole thing. To give people the impression that it was fucking bogus and not worth your time, and only goofy people take it seriously, and blah, blah, blah. Right? I think that's why it was released this way. And people seem to be optimistic about, more stuff eventually coming, like Luna's 46 videos. Because none of these are Luna's videos. None of that shit is the shit that she has seen and has specifically asked for, right? I think these are all things from Arrow. I think these are all the stuff that Arrow has that hasn't been, they haven't came up with a good debunking yet. I think some of the older documents and images, I think some of that stuff is really intriguing, especially the NASA stuff, and the documents, you know? Let's finish this and then we'll watch the Don't video. But again, I was fucking pissed off about this all day because I do think this is not good. Like I said, the Kennedy stuff, I was largely happy with the way Trump handled it because he just released the stuff that was already on the list, you know? So, like, yeah, do we need more stuff on that list? Of course. Is there more documents that tell a fuller picture? Yeah. But if you know what you're looking at, there's enough out there already to show you that there's, CIA was involved or elements within the intelligence department.
Political question of nuclear weapons in Iran, Jeremy.
I mean, I think it's really, despite the fact that it's Trump and he's bombastic, for an American president to speak in that way and to even raise the prospect, and it's pretty clear that that's what he was doing, of using a nuclear weapon on Iran.
Again, who was it? Cosmic Jack? People have said that about Kirkpatrick, the person, that they think Kirkpatrick is intentionally trying to make the subject seem not interesting. Like he has that laconic way that he talks where he's like, right? Like where it's like even if he's describing something interesting, he makes it sound uninteresting. So I definitely think that's part of it because again, if the powers that be, if the ruling class wanted this to happen, it would have happened a long time ago. Trump has no incentive to force them to reveal anything. The only, I don't think they're not going to proffer additional info that's not, that they don't absolutely have to, or that there's some incentive to do, right? I think this is just going to be more of the same, but again, they release stuff because they don't know, and they underestimate the caliber of researchers who are out there who can connect the dots, right? But again, they don't. It's like how it is. It's like they don't. The sort of paradigm shift where we go from a culture that thinks it's intriguing, but largely has a skeptical view that we are here alone or whatever. Like that sort of shift is not going to come overnight, and there's no real incentive for the people in power now to do that. I just think it'll be more of these little fucking nudges here and there, and then it's already changing. I mean, but I definitely don't think that they are going to release, like any of the stuff. We also have we have witnesses who have submitted documents and then FOIA's denied that stuff. There's all kinds of evidence and corroboration and all that is already out there. And it's just a matter of no, they are not going to put us in a position where you can't deny it, I think they want to always maintain that plausible deniability for those people who need that, right? Yeah, they upsell themselves until it's time to deliver, and then they throw bullshit together and hope it's good enough. Yeah. I mean, I think what we have to hope for is that this is why it's really aggravating that the Pentagon and Arrow and all are involved, because they know what to look for. Like, if it was just Trump's people declassifying it, like if it was Doge who was in charge of declassifying it, right? Like they would not know enough to know what they could and couldn't release. But Susan Go has her master's in fucking psyoping people. Literally, I'm not exaggerating. Like the Pentagon spokeslady has a master's degree in manipulating public opinion I don't know if it's specifically about UFOs, but it's definitely like she has graduate degrees in how to fucking psyop people. And her paper, what's it called? Her term paper, her doctorate or dissertation. I forget the title, but it's literally like, how to manipulate public opinion, something. Yeah. I mean, that's why the Immaculate Constellation stuff was interesting, right? Because that was from the White House. That wasn't associated with the Pentagon. And I think the Pentagon knows what they're doing, at least in this regard. Not, not about like war or anything else, but they know how to debunk pretty good.
In 1945, the U.S. dropped atomic bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, and there's a reason why that hasn't happened since. I mean, it's even at the most insane points of the Reagan administration, you didn't hear this level of recklessness from the president of the United States.
And Reagan behind the scenes was terrified and back-channeling with, Gorbachev.
I mean, but people think of it as like Reagan took us to a couple of minutes before nuclear midnight, and then we've got like Trump just talking.
Like that asshole said the other night in that Jubilee video. He was pretending like it was somehow we were closer to nuclear annihilation during the Cold War. Like, no, we're never been closer than we are right now.
About it kind of off the cuff in this way. And I think that there is a very real discussion in Iran. It has gone on the whole time since the early 2000s or actually since the late 90s about whether Iran should be pursuing weaponizing nuclear material to make a bomb as a massive deterrent against anyone trying to do precisely what we've been watching.
Folks that ran those programs. Unfortunately, one of those individuals, Major General retired Neil McCaslin, is currently missing, which is very concerning.
Does he seem like he's gloating a little bit there? Unfortunately, one of those guys is no longer with us. Gloating crush. This is my favorite crush clip.
As well.
That's a whole other topic we could do a show on.
That's a whole other topic, but I think the president sees...
You got Begoniad. Look, you can do that one. I should set that one up on a command. And I put this one on there too.
And you can see their soldiers.
I posted these on the YouTube today.
These are soldiers from Unit 669. It's a special operations
669
unit. You can see
the
DiCaprio
name. John, see,
it was shot down.
He's such a fucking gentleman, this guy. Dude,
he's such a professional.
He knows that we know what Unit 669 is. That's the jizz unit. That's the fucking the jizz monger.
Didn't even snicker about it, man.
That's him. They were collecting jizz from their dead comrades.
He didn't even snicker, not a giggle, nothing. Nothing. I would put more out there, but can I bulk? You see, I want to bulk add clips. There's no way to like bulk add clips unless I download them. What's up, Kendo? How's it going? Yeah, he knew what he was doing. Exactly. He's such a pro. That's why I think that he's not banned. That, I think that's why they're able to do the coverage they do, because he's so respectful about everything. Even when he shouldn't be.
That debate has
even
gotten
when they don't deserve
much more serious. And I think it's part of why this issue of what's going to...
Yeah. Again, we have no reason to not trust the Iranian government. Right? Like, they've not lied to us. Like, when they say this is what happened, I believe them. Like, why... I mean, I guess I see why they would lie, but, like, they're only lying to us. Their people know the difference. California DSA endorses Steyer? Really? Huh. Wow. Okay. Then so do I. Should make campaign ads that Unelectable Airwaves endorses Tom Steyer. By the way, I had some beef with Steyer people in Iowa. The Iowa caucus is the way it goes. I've told the story before, but You know, the first round, if your candidate doesn't get enough people, you are supposed to try to join another candidate's caucus. So Steyer didn't have enough people in the first round, so I went over there to try to bring them to Bernie. I was like, oh, you know, Steyer is, you know, he's a big fan of Bernie's, and a lot of their policies are sort of on the same page, and blah, blah, blah. And they just looked at me and were like shaking their heads, like, no, meaning their votes weren't going to count. So if they don't join another candidate, their votes don't count. These two old ladies like refused. I won't say old, middle-aged ladies refused to come over, which at the time I thought that was because they had been bribed somehow. Like they had made a deal where they were going to vote for Steyer, and they didn't have directions on the second round. Oh, not an endorsement, but best of all the bad options. That's different though, because endorse means that they've agreed to the DSA's terms. If they say, okay, there's nobody better, then, you know, that's just says what it means. But if they endorse, that means that they've agreed to whatever issues. I still think he's the best of the bad. I mean, I agree with that. Sure, if I was in California, I would probably vote for him. Yeah.
What's gonna happen with their...
Just because, like, I would like to see what he does. You know, like, if he's gonna back down from any of his positions, I would like to see how that plays out. I would like to see if him being a billionaire, if he's able to like force things through that you know, a regular Democrat wouldn't be able to. I don't know, I think there's plenty of reasons for a billionaire to want to make some changes to our social contract. You know, like, I think our world, I think our country specifically is run really shittily from top to bottom, no matter, like, whatever the angle is. Like, we could do a lot better and enable them to maintain their exorbitant wealth while having a system that had a little bit more give at the bottom, you know? Because it's just like nobody's making a fucking decent wages off this. It's just like, just the worst scumbags possible, and there's just sort of like no entryway. And it's just declining living standards for everybody who's not like, you know, fucking owns a data center or whatever.
60% enriched uranium has become so important to the Iranians. You have the foreign ministry spokesperson of the Iranian government say it's as sacred to us as our soil.
Yeah.
That's not just a sort of rhetorical thing that Esmail Bagai was just sort of dropping off the cuff. What it's a reflection of is that
we have operations like for search and rescue like that. Like, we've done this before. Like, we have ways that we do that, you know, like in other wars, and even in peacetime. Like, there's procedures, and they don't involve landing two C-130s with helicopters in them, you know?
the fact that the Iranians now view this as very different than the 2015
What do you mean deal, though? Like, they're gonna have to come up with some sort of, like... Trump's gonna have to take down his blockade at some point. His quote-unquote blockade. Because I think if you are allied with Iran, you are gonna come up with ways to evade it. So it's mostly just gonna be our, ostensible allies who were hurt by it. Which, again, that's a whole school of thought that says that's the intention, that's the reason. It's the war on the developing world, in China and Southeast Asia and whatever. That could be true. We could see that, right? I just don't think Trump wants to get yelled at for the next, 6 months or something. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, I guess Trump's gonna have to just pretend like it's... There's gonna be tolls. They're not gonna be able to get around that, right? And I think Trump's gonna have to either accept that gracefully or some other sneaky way. Like I've described before how I think the best way to end this would be, right? If you did it in such a way where Trump could claim, like Dershowitz, right? Like if you charged $1 million in tolls and Iran kept 999,000 of it and Trump got $1,000 out of every toll, then he could say, I'm a partner in this. I am part of the toll operating authority, so I'm fine with Iran collecting tolls on behalf of our joint partnership. If he has a way to say that, then I think it's doable. But I don't think Iran cares about that. I don't think Trump cares about the nuclear. I think Iran wants their reparations, Yeah. I mean, is that what they want? I think they want to end this as painlessly as possible. I don't think that they want to keep, I don't think they want this low-grade war going on, but I also don't think they put much value in, ceasefire agreements. I do think they want Trump to stop his fucking double blockade thing. But again, I don't think they are necessarily harmed by it, and I don't think, their allies are really harmed by it so much. I think it's more Europe and Asia that are non-aligned, so to speak, who are going to be harmed by it. Yeah, I mean, their next step is to use nukes. If they're going to use nukes, then that's what's going to happen. If they're willing to do that, then that's what we're going to see. Otherwise, these failed, special forces operations, they're going to get harder and harder for Trump to sort of get away with failing, Like yesterday, that tweet where he was like, our boats were not hit at all. None of our boats got hit. We were fine. All their boats got fucked up, but none of ours. Like, he can't keep posting like that and having the media pretend that it's at all an accurate reflection of the scene. I think that, when he says that specific language, oh, their boats got fucked up and my boats were fine, that should be read as, my boats got fucking wrecked and their boats are fine. I think that's the only rational way to read that post. Jack Daley, man, he's so sexy.
Very, very serious issue that if they were to give up on the front end of any negotiation, it would be widely perceived as having kind of bent the knee.
Also, I think Iran, I think Iran is going, I think it's about sovereignty for them, the nuclear enrichment thing. I also think that if they do decide to pursue a weapon, it'll be in secret. They won't be letting the IAEA in anymore because, they were obviously a tool of the West. So I don't think they care so much either, except for protecting their basic right to enrichment. And that's what I think, 150 Iranian naval boats in the Strait in the last 12 hours. Oh, you think they're still fighting? Time to evacuate. I didn't see that. He's gone mentally, and people around him are feeding him false intel. I don't know. I think he knows he's lying, though. I think he knows his boat's got fucking sunk. Like, I think sailors got killed yesterday, and I think Trump has no intention of telling anybody about it. You know?
If you think about, okay, well, what's the purpose of developing a nuclear weapon? The idea is to serve as a deterrent. You use the example of North Korea, which I think is quite apt, and you could use the counter examples of, say, Libya, or even you could think of Ukraine in this circumstance, after the dissolving of the Soviet Union. But in any case, I mean, they have established that they have another deterrent weapon, which is their control over the Strait of Hormuz. And actually, Kyle and I were talking to Ryan about this yesterday, and Ryan made the point, in some ways it's actually more effective because you can actually use it. There isn't the same taboo around it. Whereas with nuclear weapons, at least, thank God for now,
negotiating
there
the
continues
end
to
of
be
the Zionist project.
A taboo around the actual use. So is that a view within Iran that, in effect, maybe we don't need the nuclear weapons as much because we have this other very significant, consequential, and clearly effective deterrent at our disposal?
Yes, but I still think that the nuclear weapon debate is a very, very serious one. But certainly the Iranians recognize that they have an incredibly potent weapon that they can deploy using very low-risk, asymmetric tactics. I mean, Trump is fond of saying that their navy is just sitting at the bottom of the sea. That's true in terms of the big vessels that they had, et cetera. But that's not how they were able to create the situation in the Strait of Hormuz. They did it with very, very small firepower and tiny, fast boats and political will. And that's why you see right now a scramble among Gulf countries and others to try to find alternate routes. But a lot of those alternate routes also would either go across massive land areas,
too,
or they would necessitate the Red Sea.
It's pretty cool.
And in the Red Sea, you have Ansar Allah in Yemen, which also has engaged in its own sorts of blockades. I mean, the other day, an Iranian analyst said to Ryan and I, you'll know Iran is really escalating when the Red Sea also gets closed, and that hasn't happened at this point. But at the same time, Crystal, I think that will happen. I think other countries are going to realize that there's so much power over the global energy economy concentrated in this small strip of territory controlled by Iran that they have to find alternatives. I think that's going to happen. Iran also is building up its own alternative infrastructure, and it, in recent weeks, has signed a number of deals for third country transit routes over land. Iran has borders, either maritime or land, with roughly a dozen other countries, and 7 of those are land borders. And so, the Iranians are looking at, for instance, at Pakistan. The Iran views part of its economic future as becoming a central trade hub, in Asia that also services Europe. So yes, I think that Iran has a very powerful weapon that for some time to come will remain in their hands in a very clear and definitive way. The other thing is, remember Trump used to talk about, the ballistic missiles. They don't talk about that anymore. And I think Iran is going to develop much more sophisticated ballistic missiles, probably with a longer range.
Jeremy, how do you think Israel plays into these ongoing negotiations? I mean, I think it's pretty clear that throughout the entirety of the ceasefire, they probably would have preferred the U.S. to go back to a full-blown kinetic war with Iran. They failed to achieve pretty much all of their core objectives going into this war. Like, do they have real influence over whether or not a deal is even possible? What degree do you think they could potentially impact this going forward?
I think the Israelis were very happy at what happened. I think they were a huge part of it. I think they presented cooked intelligence to the White House, among other things. There's political pressure, et cetera. But I also think that they intentionally contaminated the intelligence pipeline to Trump. And that's not on the Israelis. That's in their interest to do it. That's on U.S. intelligence professionals. It's also what happens when you bring in Fox News hosts instead of actual intelligence professionals to be, running the show. I mean, look. I mean, Tulsi Gabbard, the director of national intelligence, has been kept outside of the loop on Iran in part because she's expressed, skepticism about some of these core issues in the past. There's no question that Israel has had an enormous influence over all of this, but I don't think that Israel necessarily thinks it's such a bad thing if this ends under Trump in this way, because I think what the Israelis realize is that Iran has stayability, and it's to its advantage when it's in a military confrontation with the United States. And I think that the next phase of this is that the Israelis are going to look at how to really ratchet up the economic desperation inside of Iran. I think they do want to bring down the government. I think that they believe that the best way to do that is to just utterly destroy the fabric of the Iranian state economically. So while there may be some short-term deals or agreements that the Israelis may not like, I still think they feel like what they're going to get out of this is, in the long run, an attempt to further weaken and bring down Iran. I think they're going to fail at that, but that's what I think they're in part calculating. And also, they want to continue their war in Lebanon. They're threatening to resume the genocidal operations in the 33% of Gaza that is not under occupation right now. They're weaponizing the Board of Peace to basically say that there isn't really going to be a ceasefire anymore in Gaza until the Palestinians surrender and say we have no right to armed resistance against occupation anymore. So I don't think that this is entirely bad at all for the Israelis, even if a deal is signed. In fact, I think Israel would be in trouble if this war resumed in a very serious way, because I think the Iranians would massively attack them with a replenished supply of ballistic missiles.
Yeah, I was just going to say the Mark Levin crew immediately on late Tuesday into early Wednesday was saying absolutely no to that framework that had emerged about potentially unfreezing Iranian assets and then lifting sanctions. But I guess, Jeremy, that's just Mark Levin, I guess, at the end of the day. That's not Netanyahu himself.
Hewitt was upset too, yeah.
I get that, and I understand why. What I'm saying, though, is that we're dealing with Donald Trump. We're not dealing with with Barack Obama, a constitutional law scholar. And I don't mean to, I've spent many years criticizing Barack Obama. I guess what I'm saying, though, is that no one can trust an agreement that Trump claims he's making. And, the Iranians were supposed to have certain funds unfrozen, and Joe Biden was the one during his presidency after October 7th that blocked that. It's very easy for them to, reverse almost any concessions they would make to the Iranians, and Iran is well aware of that. So while I understand why those guys have all taken out that position, because they want the total maximalist, pummeling, destroy, murder Iran position, I think the Israelis are far more sophisticated than those yahoos, and the Israelis recognize that whatever Trump says, and that's evidenced by the Gaza deal, it doesn't really mean anything as long as the winks and nods are happening behind the scenes. And I would bet there's some very heavy winking and nodding going on between Trump and Israel on this matter.
The last thing I wanted to dig in a little more with you, Jeremy, you mentioned this previously, but we just had this reporting about this CIA analysis delivered to policymakers that says Iran can survive the U.S. naval blockade for at least 3 to 4 months before facing more severe economic hardship, finding that contradicts those hailing an imminent collapse, predominantly, as you were talking about, the Israeli think tank, the Zionist think tank that has been pushing these sorts of analyses. U.S. intel also indicates Iran retains about 75% of its pre-war inventories of global launchers and about 70% of its pre-war stockpiles of missiles per a U.S. official. Regime has also been able to recover underground storage facilities and repair damaged missiles. This week, Trump painted a more dire picture of Iran's situation, saying their economy is crashing, their currency is worthless, and their missiles are mostly decimated. This is, again, our own intelligence agencies, which are probably still too optimistic about how imminent Iran's collapse was. But we were being pushed these narratives, their oil wells are going to explode in 14 days, 14 days to stop Iran. They're just going to completely collapse here imminently. And that does not appear to be remotely the case. It's 3 to 4 months of the Strait of Hormuz being closed. There are going to be economies collapsing. Certainly ours will be one of them. But, the whole global economic order is going to not be able to make it through that period of time, and the level of supply shock that would entail.
Remember, Crystal, that when the 1979 Islamic Revolution happened, soon after the Ayatollah came to power, the U.S. supported Iraq in launching a war against Iran that went on for 8 years. And so Iranians, especially the generation of leaders in Iran right now who grew up fighting
I do think that's probably an exaggeration. The 120 comment.
Throughout the 1980s, understood what hardship meant,
understood
what supply shortages meant, understood what an economy that was in a state of deterioration looked like. I mean, that's why they talk about a resistance economy. And so, we're talking about a period here of weeks. And then using these terms like they're strangling the Iranian economy. I think maybe even 3 to 4 months is conservative. Iran is a massive country of 93 million people. It's an agricultural society. It exports goods. The ways in which the Iranian economy is suffering right now has a lot to do with just cash flow and liquidity, and that can certainly have an impact. And then when you have inflation off the charts, the reason that the protests started in early January were on economic matters. In American terms, we would say it was small business owners that started saying, like, we can't survive, in this economy where we have the punishing American sanctions and we have financial mismanagement on the part of our authorities. And that's what people were saying openly. And Ayatollah Ali Khamenei actually said that the people need to be listened to on this. When Moshtaba Khamenei was named as the supreme leader, he told a story where he had talked about riding sort of in disguise in taxis and listening to ordinary Iranians and the way that they spoke about the country and saying that he considers their voices worth more than opinion polls. These are interesting statements that are made by the supreme leadership of Iran, who are also revered in the Shia Islamic community around the world. And so I guess the point that I'm making here is that if you look at the past 47 years of history, which Trump and Rubio are frequently invoking, there's a part of it that actually Americans should understand, which is that if there's any country in the world that knows how to survive under sort of the threat of American or Israeli attack, under really punishing sanctions, and has to deal with how do you feed the people and maintain power, your grip on power, in these kinds of intense circumstances, it's Iran. It's the Islamic Republic of Iran. So, our reporting consistently has shown that the Iranians are not in a state of panic. And they were saying, even before this, very important Washington Post piece came out, everything that was in that Post piece. We can survive for months. They're exaggerating the extent of the damage to our ballistic missiles. And they're going to continue to find out if they keep attacking us, because every time they say we're decimated, we turn around and strike again. And sometimes we do it even harder.
Jeremy Scahill, Drop Site News. Always great to have your insights. Just truly invaluable. Thank you so much.
First time on a Friday. Really nice to be with you guys.
Oh, really? I hope not the last.
Yeah.
Yeah, Friday crew is fun.
Have a good week.
There's like thousands of them. Professor Pape. I don't think he's on there. Let's see what the Al Jazeera say.
Good to have you. We expect a response from Iran today. Those are the words of U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio
keep
regarding
expecting,
a US
Marco.
proposal submitted to Tehran to end the war. Rubio made the comments after meeting Pope Leo and Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni in Rome. Rubio says he's hopeful the response from Tehran will push forward diplomatic efforts.
We should know something today. I mean, we're expecting a response from them. We'll see what the response entails.
Zizek was on
the hope
Piers.
is it's something that it can put us into a serious process of negotiation.
Well, Rubio's optimism follows a night of back-and-forth attacks in the Strait of Hormuz, testing an already shaky ceasefire. The US says Iran launched drones and missiles against its naval fleet. Iran says Washington targeted one of its oil tankers and hit several coastal areas with airstrikes. Rubio says US actions were merely retaliatory.
If you fire at a U.S. Navy ship, what are we supposed to do? Say, oh, there's a ceasefire, we're not going to shoot down your drone. That's a stupid question. That's a stupid position to take. Of course we fired back at them. They were shooting at us. That's what I would expect to do.
I'm surprised
Only
the Pope
stupid
met with
countries
them.
don't shoot back when you're shot at. And we're not a stupid country.
Correspondents are covering all the moving parts of this story. First, Mike Hanna in Washington,
No
D.C.
thanks to you.
Well, we don't know what's in that 14-point memorandum of understanding which was sent to reportedly via the mediators to the Iranians.
That'll be a bunch of bullshit.
We are told and do understand from some administration officials that yes, the question of nuclear armament is part of those 14 points. There is suggested to be a moratorium on the enrichment of Iranian uranium, for example.
You said they're
There's
insane
also
in the membrane.
discussions about the Strait of Hormuz. The US lifts its blockade, and Iran opens free passage to all ships through the strait without tolls. Now, those are reports about what is in the proposal. We do not have confirmation that those facts are in fact in it, but it would be very surprising if President Trump authorized any proposal that did not specify some form of nuclear reduction or nuclear disarmament. He has said repeatedly that one of his red lines is that Iran pledge it will not become a nuclear power. Now,
and you know he doesn't give a fuck about any of that.
A total commitment from Iran not to develop its nuclear weaponry.
And Al-Baghdad al-Ruhayd has been following reaction from Tehran.
The leaders here linking any pressure on the Strait of Hormuz with the diplomatic path, because they are saying basically you can...
These were the images of the Iranian missiles that were launched against the American warships yesterday following the clashes that took place in multiple skirmishes so far between the United States and Iran. And now we have more clashes happening in the Strait of Hormuz, according to recent reports. Clashes now erupted between Iranian armed forces and US naval forces in the Strait of Hormuz. Fars news agency reported sporadic clashes between Iran and the US in the Strait of Hormuz following Tehran's announcement that it had thwarted an attempt to target an Iranian oil tanker. Now, yesterday, the United States indeed targeted an Iranian oil tanker. As a matter of fact, the United States also released footage of their attack. And there were multiple things happening in what we described as a deliberate act to mix things up between the United States and Iran, with a lot of participation from the Emirates, because the escalation started when there were reported attacks in the Emirates, but we will get to that later on. What else did this report say about the clashes between the United States and Iran? According to the agency, the Iranian armed forces had thwarted last night an attempt by the US forces to attack an Iranian oil tanker. And the Iranian Foreign Ministry condemned the aggression launched by the American terrorist army against two Iranian oil tankers near the port of Jask and the Strait of Hormuz, stressing that the attacks had targeted points in the coastal areas overlooking the strait. In the late hours of last night were met with a strong response and a crushing blow from the Iranian armed forces, which led to the failure of the aggressors to achieve their illegitimate goals. And the Khatam al-Anbiya HQ are saying that we will respond forcefully to any aggression, according to the spokesperson. He said the aggressive terrorist US military violated the ceasefire and targeted an Iranian oil tanker that was moving from the Iranian coastal waters in the Jask region towards the Strait of Hormuz. Another ship was targeted as it entered the Strait of Hormuz opposite the Emirati port of Fujairah, according to the spokesman for the Khatam al-Anbiya HQ. On the other hand, the spokesman said that he warned the United States that Iran would respond forcefully and without the slightest hesitation, with a crushing response to any aggression or transgression. Fox News quoted a senior US official as saying that the United States military carried out attacks today on the Iranian port of Qishm and the city of Bandar Abbas. And this is coming as Reuters confirmed that Washington and Tehran are close to reaching a temporary limited understanding to end the war through a framework aimed at containing the escalation and stopping the fighting without resolving the more complex issues between the two sides. That on its own could be the reason why there are multiple forces trying to sabotage any deal. However, the United States itself is carrying out certain actions. How much of it is US-led and how much of it is from the allies of the United States who are trying to drag into a bigger war? Of course, we all know that this war isn't primarily an American war, it's an Israeli war. The United States, in essence, is being used in this war. That doesn't take away any of its responsibility from the bloodshed and the murders and the war crimes and the killing that's happening.
You'd be like, I didn't know
but
you
Netanyahu
like to get
wanted
wet.
this war. And the Department of State confirmed that it was Israel that requested this war. There is another country, the United Arab Emirates. Now, in relation to the United Arab Emirates, Iran has been threatening the UAE. But now we have some very interesting statements from a senior figure in Iran. This man is the member of the National Security Council in Iran. His name is Ali Khudurian. He said a couple of things that relate to the war and the role of the United Arab Emirates. Listen to what he said today. He said that the Emiratis and the Zionists are inciting Trump to re-engage in the war. The Emiratis should take advantage of the ceasefire period because the Islamic Republic still has business to conduct with them. According to him, he added that the Emiratis are seeking to escalate tensions in the region in cooperation with the Zionists because their cause has become an existential one. Iran will not leave the UAE alone, and they know this. So they are trying to maintain tensions between Iran, America, and the Zionist entity. When America is expelled from the region, the resistance front will remain, this time to confront the Zionists. The Americans have realized that their naval blockade demonstration will henceforth be met with military response from the Islamic Republic. No one can carry out military action against our ships without response. And last night was the first time during the ceasefire period that US destroyers were directly targeted. These are very important statements coming from the member of the National Security Council in Iran, Khudurian, especially with the involvement of the UAE, in essence now acting as an Israeli proxy to continue the war. Now again, this whole situation has layers to it. The United States has interests, the Emiratis have interests, or the Emirati government, and Israel has interests. But there is no denying that Israel started this. Israel has relations with the UAE. The UAE gets support from Israel. There are Israeli operations happening on Emirati soil, and the Emirates was the country that was most attacked in the recent war because of the level of its role and participation in the attacks against Iran. Therefore, as the talks are happening, and again, there's an argument that the whole talk situation is a cover-up for the United States to prepare for another aggression against Iran. However, assuming that there is a certain path to a deal similar to the deal that happened before, although it was short-lived for several years, the JCPOA, Israel wouldn't be happy with that, and it wouldn't want it because it wouldn't be discussing anything to do with Iran's strategic capabilities that threaten Israel directly, especially with the missiles and the nuclear program, seeing as these cases will be delayed up until later stages, clearly indicating that the United States is negotiating based upon the three-phase mechanism that Iran proposed. So if there are certain elements in the United States who want to have a ceasefire, assuming that, Israel and the Emirates want to sabotage it. Why? Because, well, Israel first and foremost has its moment now. The Emirates is acting in the Israeli interests. They're not acting in the Emirati interests. They're acting on behalf of Israel to conduct this operation, in essence, are acting as a front, as a proxy, as Iran described, to continue the war. In the meantime, Donald Trump is still bound by Benjamin Netanyahu. Although he realized his limitations with this whole operation, Netanyahu still has an interest in continuing the war. And now they're called skirmishes. However, tomorrow we might see it completely deteriorating. The clashes are happening every single day now, and it would be only a matter of time up until one attack gets out of control and it's all-out war all over again.
Narcotics in his blood. What, are you gonna smoke that? Nope, you are. Hell if I am.
Yeah?
Yeah.
You not?
No.
Why, you're a Mormon or something? You're a Jesus freak?
No, man, I'm not. This is my job.
This is your job.
You Jesus
I can't
freak?
do that. Smoke it.
Oh.
This ain't a test. Just take a hit.
Oh yeah, those guys could be so bald together.
Take a hit.
Oh man,
listen,
that would
I
be so
became a
fucking
cop
cool.
to stop people from using. Yeah, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah, blah blah blah
It's
blah
not a
blah.
reward, and I ain't
Blah
cocaine.
blah 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 blah.
No, man.
Oh shit.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah,
Oh
right.
yeah. Lonzo,
Without the
dude,
dealer,
he's
you be
not
dead by
fucking
now,
around,
motherfucker. You
dude.
turn shit down on the street,
Oh.
and the chief brings your wife a crisply folded flag. What the fuck is wrong with you? Talking about, you know what? I don't want you in my unit. I don't want you in my division. Get the fuck out my car. Go back to the valley, rookie.
Go back to the valley, rookie.
Poop butt ass.
Poop butt ass. Oh man. Oh man.
Give me that
Poop
thing.
butt ass.
I'll smoke it, man. Give it to me.
I'll smoke it.
You want me to smoke it? I'll smoke it.
Virgin lungs. Man up now. Man up, nigga. Man up. Go ahead, dog. You didn't even get it. Get it good. Yo, get the fuck up and just wait.
He points a gun at him.
Man the fuck up. Finish that shit. Let's go, nigga. Let's go.
Oh my god, dude. Can you imagine, dude, like, just like the worst hang you could possibly imagine? Just like, he's like the top echelon of psychotic LAPD. He's so much worse than a regular LAPD. Like, oh man. He like, it makes Ethan Hawke, like the normal cop, appear like completely reasonable. Oh yeah, no, I've been in a lot of cars like this.
Oh, shit.
You okay?
Poop butt ass.
Some man-sized hit you took, dog. When's the last time you smoked weed?
12th grade. We were
Smoking weed.
Smoking weed.
Yeah.
Left that out of your service jacket, didn't you? Yeah, I know you got secrets. Everybody got secrets. Didn't know you like to get wet, though.
Didn't know you like to get wet,
What's
though.
wet? Butt naked. Ill.
Ill.
Germ.
Germ.
Dust.
Dust.
PCP. Primos.
Primos.
E-dog. That's what you had?
That's what you had.
That's what you were smoking. You couldn't taste
You
it.
were smoking.
No, I've never done it.
You have now. I haven't, but you have.
I haven't, but you have.
Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Man, I'm gonna get piss tested and I'm gonna get fired.
Lieutenant's got our back. We know a week before we piss.
Oh, shit. Shit.
Boom!
Why did you do this to me?
You're an adult, man. Shit. Nobody told you to smoke that.
You literally put a gun to his head.
Decision, live with your decision.
You literally put a gun to his head.
Ain't like I put a gun to your head.
Oh man, it's so good. Okay. You see, I trust Dolan. I trust Dolan the most. For the record, classic move. Yeah.
Okay, hi everyone. So we have just had what's being described as a release of UFO or UAP files from Washington, D.C. And a lot of people have been reacting to this already. There's been, there was, I think.
I'm gonna try to sync it up better. Where is that? Oh.
Okay, hi everyone. So we have just had what's being described as a release of UFO or UAP files from Washington, D.C. And a lot of people have been reacting to this already. There's been, there was, I think, maybe some excitement, definitely a lot of disappointment in the aftermath of it. A lot of speculation about what all of this means. So I decided to do something very simple. I just went through the material, as much of it as I could. Not all of it, but enough to get a very clear sense of what we are dealing with. And what I would like to do here is just walk you through what I have seen. Not with hype, but not with dismissal either. I did look at a number of comments on some other videos and descriptions of this, and there's definitely a lot of anger and disappointment among
yeah, that's the point. Again, the people who are like, "Oh, this is stupid. I'm not paying. This isn't worth following." You're doing exactly what they want you to do. You fell for Pete Hegseth's trap. You fell. You got Hegseth. I'm trying to get Begonia'd, not Hegseth. What is this? Trying to figure out quantum gravity, and you were like, "Oh man, I was looking, I didn't see anything, so I'm just gonna give up." You know, like that's not how it works. Like, or like trying to understand, like, you know, the 1917 revolution, and you like, you know, you like spend one day like looking through some stuff, and you're like, "Oh, I don't know, I'll just, you know, whatever. It's probably not that big a deal." You know, like you have to follow this stuff for a long time to get a grip, to get a handle on it. And I think most people, they are dismissive. There's like a threshold that you get over, you know, like you think it's all stupid and bunk until you figure it out, and then you know what to look for, and you know what is stupid and bunk. But it's like it's a lot easier once you have used your own discernment and you've used your own kind of ability to navigate what's already been released. Like, I don't need Pete Hegseth to validate what I've researched, you know? Like, there's too many people who I trust more than Pete Hegseth or Susan Go, you know? That's what we're about to watch at TLDR. What up, Sue? Yeah, well, yeah, I mean, aren't we all? that's kind of out of our hands, though. You know, I don't really know what, like, even if we all, recognize tomorrow that there was something flying around in our skies, that doesn't mean it automatically translates to changes. You know, like we need them to actually do like Headband Lady talks about, which strong possibility that happens. But like, I'm confident it's a real phenomenon. I'm not confident they are going to intervene in some way. I'm confident that they have in the past and that they have the capability to, but I'm not sure, you know. And like any amount of people saying, "Oh, it's about to happen," like Headband Lady, like I love her and all, but you know, she probably, I don't know how much credibility to assign to her. Um, but not that I would be dismissive of her ability to communicate with them, because I think that's a real thing. But I don't necessarily know they could be fucking with her, Or yeah, or it could be a Sofon situation, or the 2029 thing where they could be just telling her that to, make sure there's less resistance when they come to fucking wipe the slate clean again. Hmm. What do you mean? Sprites? What are you talking about? Like, um, people know what sprites are. What are you talking about? Like, that's the same thing that like that's like what Sean Kirkpatrick does, where he's like, "Oh, we've actually, this information, this is hazing. We actually leaked this in the 40s, and that's why the whole UFO phenomenon is based off of our fake stories or whatever." It's like that's not how research, that's not how evidence works, right? Like the stories that are researched in ufology are stories that have witnesses and have corroboration and they have multiple witnesses who testify to the same event, right? Like it's not like if it's a sprite, right? It's misidentified. If somebody sees a sprite and they think it's a craft, that's eventually, researchers will come to that conclusion, right? Like it's not like enough to say that there's like, oh, sometime like in the past people have misidentified sprites for UFOs, right? That doesn't explain away the entire phenomenon. And even if Sean Kirkpatrick was right, like even if the Wall Street Journal story was true and they did try to disseminate disinformation at some point, that doesn't do anything. Like, are you pointing to a specific witness who you think was a victim of your disinformation? No? Then why does that matter? Like you can't say like, oh, we leaked bad evidence to the UFO community and then say, therefore, there's no actual research. That's not how it works, right? Like you have to, you know, be able to pinpoint that as the source of the flawed information. And as far as I can tell, there's nothing, it's not there, right? Like there's no witnesses, there's no accounts that are based off of the scenario that, Joel Sheckman described in the Wall Street Journal, right? It's not like people wrote a book like, oh, this guy, I met this guy at a bar in New Mexico and he told me he saw a UFO. Like, there's nothing like that that's made it into the lore, right? There's nothing that's that tenuous and that flimsy with the evidence that it's like repeated, right? Like, those kind of stories fall by the wayside because they're a dime a dozen. It's like hearsay. It's like you met a guy who told you he saw a UFO, right? Is that the kind of thing that gets, remarked upon? No, it's not.
community. Just, which
Sorry, I can't line it up
understandable.
better.
I mean, this is
I don't know
because what we're seeing in this is the first tranche, I guess, of release files. 161 files in this first group. I'll show you the website. I've got it linked below. I definitely would encourage you to go through these folders on your own.
Definitely encourage you to
It's not that difficult.
Pete Higgs.
You can download them and review them for yourself.
How about that?
I'm going to go through this with you. But I think, once you go through these, you start seeing a pattern, and it's not quite the pattern that maybe a lot of people were expecting. The first thing that I would say about this is that this is not a clean single category release of files. It's not just modern military encounters. It's not just classified material being suddenly revealed.
Yeah,
in fact,
a lot of it repeats.
None of it that's been out there,
it's on
I think, is really going to be explosive. What you actually have, though, is a
DOWAR.gov/aliens, I think.
You have
war.gov/UFO.
I was not expecting this when I first looked through. You got a lot of very early FBI documents from 1947 and
a lot of
through
stuff
the 1950s.
we've already seen.
Okay, I mean, all of those.
The Comeda report, that's another good example.
Probably all of those.
It's like, why do you need the U.S. government to validate it?
Through freedom of information.
Like the French government in 2000, in 99, they already read the Comeda report, like read the Twining memo. Like I said, there's already more than enough evidence that's already out there for reasonable people to conclude they're here,
You get newspaper clippings from the 1950s and 1960s. You get some space era material from the Gemini and Apollo missions. Some of those are a little bit interesting. You get a lot of PDF and video files of recent cases.
Yeah.
We'll get to those as well, at least a couple.
There's not a lot of fake stuff in there. I think that there's a lot of the Arrow stuff may be prosaic. It's just they don't know what it is. That's why they released it. If they knew what it was, like if they had something that they could say that they could debunk it with, they would have. But they don't,
Couple of those. And a couple of FBI image files of some unknown objects, which you can look at those. A couple of anomalistic in the sense of this release, like it's got the French Comeda report from 1999 in here. It's like, what is that doing in this? That's a French report. This is an American government release, supposedly. So there's certain things in there that just don't really make a lot of sense logically. So right away, you're not looking at a single stream of any kind of new information. There's some new information in there, but you're really looking at a curated collection. And quite a bit of that material has been publicly available for many years. So that's important to keep in mind. I'll just show you some of these here. If you go back to some of the earliest material, you got some 1947 FBI documents here. You see something very familiar. Basically, reports come in. People see objects, the FBI logs and reports, and then very often they just pass the matter along. In one case, they say essentially this is not within our jurisdiction. They refer it to the Army Air Forces, and that's it. No conclusion, no deeper analysis, just move the information through the system. Most of this has been out for many, many decades. If you are a serious UFO student, UAP student, you're not going to see anything in here that's new to you. So now it's fine that these are officially released by the U.S. government. Fine, they've already been available through the National Archive system. So you really have to wonder what is the big deal here. A couple of these were interesting, and I assume they have been publicly available, but I don't really know. This is one page from the file or the folder on the famous green fireball sightings of 1950, primarily 1950 in the state of New Mexico.
This is the one I always talk about.
Legit, genuine sightings, and there's a lot of the specific...
Which I think invalidates the whole point of the Fermi paradox, right? Like the green fireball shit was going on at Los Alamos in the 40s and 50s, when all these scientists were supposedly, probably apocryphally, but supposedly coming to the conclusion, oh, where is everybody? How come we don't see fucking giant spaceships in the sky around other stars? Right? Like, that shit was... I don't want to say it's like bad faith and it was intentionally bogus because they knew better, but like they should have known better because they were in the middle of this flap, you know, while they said, oh, it's so crazy we don't see more aliens.
Events that were listed in pages like this, in this particular file. It's like, that's great. For historical research purposes, it's useful. Really nothing that I think people today are dying to see. This is 75 years later. Although I would certainly emphasize that period of activity was and remains, in my opinion, genuinely anomalous. You have newspaper clippings, at least some. Here's a couple. These are from the late 1950s. They have an article on Carl Jung, the great psychiatrist. Like, okay, great. You know, we know Carl Jung had an interest in this subject. He wrote a book about UFOs
Yeah, kind of.
toward the end of his life. Great.
Sort of a
the fact
debunker
that this is
tape,
part
though,
of
really.
the release, who really cares? Some of the other newspaper articles, like the one next to it, that's interesting for historical purposes and kind of fun to read. I wouldn't be dismissive of it. Really what you see in a lot of this is essentially the public layer. So you get headlines about some waves of sightings. Some of these newspaper articles, I think, go into the 1960s. You get some radar cases, some pilot encounters, and then even in the newspapers you can see followed by immediate attempts to explain everything away. Mirages, weather, balloons, whatever kind of misidentification. It's in these newspaper accounts. So interesting on that basis. So even in the early period, you can see in this release, as a historian, there are several elements in place. You have the observations, you can see the institutional handling of those observations, and you get to see the public narrative already here. And they obviously don't quite line up. There's a number of documents dealing with the 1960s, particularly space era events. You've got Gemini, you've got Apollo. These are interesting because now you're dealing with astronauts, highly trained observers, operating in a very different kind of environment. Take Gemini 7. This case has been well known for many, many, many years, since it happened in 1965, in fact. In fact, the actual Gemini mission transcripts have existed forever in NASA archives and I think the published mission transcript collections, National Archives holdings, and private researcher circulations. We've had this for a long time, so the U.S. government is releasing it again. Still interesting. If you're not familiar with it, this is 1965. They report what they call a bogey at 10 o'clock.
Bogey at 10 o'clock.
They're looking at something, they're tracking it, they're trying to identify it. There's also a field of particles around them. And again, there's no dramatic conclusion. There's an observation, there's discussion, there's uncertainty. It's interesting. Could be anomalous for all we know, but that's really it. Anyway, that is in there. When I was looking through it, I saw a folder on Apollo 11. That was definitely interesting. And in fact, this was kind of fun to go through. The Apollo 11 mission, I mean, obviously that's probably the most well-known astronaut mission of all time. And I was interested in this because over time, there was an incident that was discussed by Buzz Aldrin starting in 2005 that got a lot of media attention. And so this, in fact, you can see this is the cover page, and it says in the top corner,
but it's not
251 pages. That would have been great. There's actually only 11 pages in this particular release, so...
I mean, how am I supposed to navigate this?
But what you get there
is this all of it?
they are describing, and Buzz Aldrin talked about this in 2005, on their way to the moon. So they're out of Earth orbit, and they describe, and this document is from July, the end of July 1969, after they've returned. So they're talking about this at the time, and I was not aware of seeing this. This may have been available. Probably NASA scholars can correct me on this. I was not aware of this, however, so it was fun for me to read. So they describe seeing an object on the way to the moon. It's not just a point of light. They're seeing something with a structure. At times,
they thought it was the
it
fucking
looked cylindrical.
second stage
at times
of the.
it looked like two connected rings. At times it appeared even hollow, depending on the angle and how they were viewing it.
So why was
and
this
they're looking at
classified?
it through a monocular.
Why wouldn't they tell us about this when
They're
it happened?
studying it. They're trying to make sense.
You know, this is so bizarre
what
though.
they
Like,
are seeing.
I think the cover-up itself. How else do you explain the cover-up? Because I think that there's strong evidence for the cover-up, right? Like there's they they're definitely intentionally be trying to obfuscate this subject matter, which you would think that if it was something debunkable and prosaic, and they had 75 years or whatever, 100 years to figure out a thing for it, and they haven't really been able to, so if that's the case, what does that tell you? It doesn't, again, like I always say, it doesn't tell us that they're extraterrestrials, but it tells us that there's an anomalous phenomenon that we are being lied to about, right? That much I'm fucking highly confident of. I think if it was something... Why? Yeah, but this was never released. There was never, this, and again, I mean, I think something like this that basically all of NASA would have known about, right? Because if this was broadcast over some sort of NASA channel, right, you have to assume that however many people worked for NASA back then, probably at least 100,000, I'd say, right? You can't classify something that many people know about. But why was this never mentioned? How many times have these guys been asked about UFOs? Buzz Aldrin, he's been asked about it so many times. He doesn't tell this story. I've heard this story before. But it's not certainly I've seen these guys demur when asked a question about UFOs many times. I think if Buzz wanted to help his credibility with the debunkers, he should talk about this more. I think he was I feel like he was the space guy, he was Mr. NASA, and it probably fucking burned him up that he wasn't able to talk about this stuff. I don't know. I don't know what he thought, man. I don't know what those guys thought, but I think they definitely saw some shit on the moon, and I don't know what their conclusion was, but they saw some shit on the moon.
You can read the whole transcript in the on the website, of course. Download the file and just read it. There's genuine puzzlement in the discussion.
That's the most dissatisfying answer, is that there's all of these accounts, there's all of these sightings and all of these interactions through all this time, and then we never get any more information about it. The government doesn't know. NASA doesn't know, nobody knows. It's just this long-term pattern of these weird, and we can't really nail it down, No, I think Buzz was beloved, man. I think he was the guy. It's if you look at the, what's that called, the documentary and all, a nickname and everything. What do you mean? Free base gray taint. The right stuff, right? Wasn't that Tom Wolfe book?
After the fact, like they don't immediately say this is part of our spacecraft. They're trying to work it out in real time, and they're considering the possibilities. They compare it to known components. They're clearly not satisfied at first with any simple explanation. Over the course of that discussion and later, they settle on what they regarded as the most likely explanation, that it was related to their own hardware, a panel, something from the booster, maybe reflecting sunlight in a way that's giving them this unusual appearance. But, and this was what Buzz Aldrin said in 2005, many years later. That got turned, and I remember this very well, that got turned into a very big thing because he put that out there as an odd sighting, and then like the next day or right after it, he said, no, it was probably part of our own craft. And people took that as like, oh, they got to Buzz. But what you can see in this initial discussion is that they're kicking around all the possibilities right here, right away. So the observation was not trivial. This might actually, it might really be, when I read this over, I thought this really might just be what they were, looking at, part of their own booster. But it's unknown. We don't really know. It's hard to know. Like, you're in space. How close are you? How far are you? What's your visibility? I've never been out on the way to the moon. Hard for me to second guess these guys. Their best rough possible conclusion was that might have been something from our ship, but we'll leave it as an unknown. It was interesting when it came back.
Someone got hit on the runway
in 2005 when Buzz Aldrin talked about it. So
like a person got run over?
I do remember it became something very, very dramatic in the public's eye. So anyway, that is in here, and I would certainly encourage you to check that out.
Yeah,
one of the odd things that I saw in this release, I don't know why the hell this is in here, I mentioned before, is the Cometa report from France. And what's interesting about that, though, this is a letter from UFO researcher Carol Rosin. A lot of people know Carol. I've known Carol. A very, very nice lady. So a cover letter from Carol leads the Cometa report. I'm like, what is Carol Rosin doing here? But she didn't originate the document, of course. It just meant that the version sitting in the U.S. archive apparently came through civilian circulation rather than official channels.
Just
in other
like
words,
the
someone
Jeremy
in the system
Corbell
received that
thing,
copy, kept it, and it stayed in the files, I'm guessing. So, and then when this whole tranche was assembled, they didn't go out and source a clean French original. They just pulled what was already on hand. So it's just a reminder that this collection isn't a carefully curated set of official documents. It's really like a grab bag of whatever material happened to accumulate over time.
That
by the way,
tells
the timing
me
of this
it's
was
some
suggested.
sort of
This was
op too.
dated April 30th, 2001. That is just before the May 2001 disclosure press event organized by Dr. Stephen Greer. Carol Rosin was part of that. This was a very concerted effort at the time to push the UFO material into public
That's why they
and
did
government
9/11.
awareness. Many of you, I'm sure, remember this quite well. I assume it's very plausible that this copy of the Cometa report was part of that whole push, circulated into U.S. channels at the time, received, and probably just retained in the system.
Yeah,
I'm guessing
that's when the Cometa report came out. It's
anyway,
not like
the
they
Cometa
would have had
report,
time to get their own.
was published in France in 1999. Just for those of you who are not familiar with it, it was written by a group of retired French military officers, engineers, defense specialists. It was not an official government document, but it did carry weight because of the background of the authors. They drew on some very well-known international cases, It's a great report. I would encourage you actually to read the Cometa report if you have never read it. You could read the whole thing, download it at this U.S. government website if you can't find it anywhere else. Because it approached UFOs from a defense perspective rather than treating it as some kind of weird fringe topic. And last thing just to say about Cometa here was its willingness to reach a tentative conclusion, which is unlike almost everything else in this U.S. government release that I'm talking about. In the Cometa report, the authors actually argued that some of the sightings involved craft with capabilities beyond any known technology, like they came to that conclusion, and that the extraterrestrial hypothesis was the most plausible explanation. So they weren't saying it was definitely aliens, but they were saying could be. So the fact that it's in here just strikes me as a little odd. I mean, it's a French report, but it's worth reading. And why
does that strike you as
I'm sure you can find many copies out on the web, but you can find that one here. So let me move on to probably the most relevant material in this tranche, this release. And these are the recent, a number of recent ISR reports. That's intelligence, surveillance, reconnaissance reports. There's two here that I will go over with you, and I've got the video clips. We'll just show them as well. These are modern, operational, military observations. The first one, I'll just show you. What's nice about this, actually, I know people have been very unhappy with these clips and these releases. I understand, because they don't really show definite anomalous craft. However, they do come with PDF reports.
Look at you, Dolan got access to this stuff early.
The confusion, however, is that the video is one file, and then the PDF report is a totally separate file, and unless you're looking to combine them, you're not necessarily going to know, oh, this PDF report's got a video file going with it, but it does. And so, there is context that has been given with a lot of these videos, even though I don't think that a lot of people are aware of this at this time. So here's one taken around Greece, January 9th, 2024, not long ago. You have an aircraft on a mission. They detect an object. And let me just show you the video since we have it here. Let's see if I can get this started. There we go. Okay, so this is like a minute worth of video. This is appearing on an infrared type sensor. You can see the object has a shape. It's not just a dot. Maybe it looks a little bit like a diamond at times with some kind of extension, perhaps. It's moving fairly steadily. A little minor maneuvering, a little bit. No real interaction, no evident response. You can read the entire PDF document on this on the website. Go. So it's observed for a very short period of time. This clip is about 1 minute long.
So we hit someone walking on the
And
runway?
at the end of this clip,
really? Yeah. Evacuated after reports of an engine fire with smoke in the cabin. Reportedly struck a person while taking off. An engine fire. Maybe they were working on it and they took off early or something?
Tower Frontier 4345, we're stopping on the runway. We just hit somebody, we have an engine fire.
Frontier 4345, I see that.
Tower Southwest 2921, left base for 16 left.
On the runway, and then Foxtrot, and then Charlie Sierra. Skywest 5612, just hold your position.
Jellyfish? Yeah, there he is. Do you like the Danzig hit better?
as you'll see, it kind of moves into some interesting territory. There are people who are really expert at studying these. I would encourage you in the comments below. Describe what the heck this transformation is. Is this the same video? I guess it is. Anyway, that's the end of it. Final assessment, they call it benign, no further interpretation. Although it is nice that you have video with some of these. It's probably a drone. It's unlikely that we were seeing anything like a genuine alien UAP. I'm assuming it was some UAV or some kind of drone. So there are a few of these types of videos that are and reports that are available in this tranche. I'll show you one more. This one's also from 2024 from the United Arab Emirates, the UAE. And this one's a bit more clear visually. Let me just get to the video here. Let's get that started. Here you go. This is just 20 seconds or so. You got an object moving over water. It's a very bright spherical form. And again, what appears to be a vertical extension beneath it. Maybe that's a reflection. I think it's probably part of the object, and it was said to be moving at about 140 knots. Pretty steady, relatively linear, not a lot of maneuvering, no engagement, no effect apparently on the observing platform. And again, they call it benign, and that's the end of that. And again, I just want to emphasize the video files and the PDF files of these are not the same. So you have to go through and match them up.
Come on.
But you can do that. They're not going to do everything for you. So go to the website, download these, and you can mix them up together. There's even a document in this release. I won't show it to you here, but you can go check it out, about a so-called UFO group in Turkmenistan. This is from 2004. And when you read it, it's not about UFOs in any meaningful sense, but I found it interesting for my own reasons. It was about a local organization. This is 2004 in Turkmenistan, which borders Russia. It's a former Republican Soviet Union. Okay, so it was about a local organization working with U.S. funding, basically with NGOs, non-governmental organizations. Now, if you place this in the context of the early 2000s, this was a period when the United States was very active across the entire former Soviet space. Ukraine had the Orange Revolution of 2004, which was NGO orchestrated as well. It was a color revolution.
That's probably all they could find to infiltrate in Turkmenistan.
Georgia, the year before, 2003, had what was called the Rose Revolution. Kyrgyzstan was 2005, I believe. And what the U.S. was doing was, anything possible to exchange governments that were friendly to Russia with governments that were not friendly to Russia. That was the entire U.S. policy, and they did this through NGOs. And so this document is actually part of that little bit of history. So it's not really a UFO program here. What you had is an example. What it looks like to me is that they were working with this UFO group in Turkmenistan because that was a safe organization for them to work with to get, they were really working with whatever channels were available, it seems to me, even something as unlikely as a UFO society. So it's more instructive than it is mysterious in this sense. I think students of U.S. shenanigans around the world would perhaps take note of that and just see, oh, well, they're NGOs and the groups that they want to work with to undermine local societies could include UFO organizations as well.
We already knew that.
I don't really, I don't want to go too far here because I don't really know what the exact relationships were, but that is what it looked like to me.
I mean, doing that.
So anyway,
caused China to skip a whole generation of UFO researchers.
There's 161 files or folders in this first one. And if you step back and just look at these cases, the modern ones, the old ones,
the Chinese,
you see a pretty consistent pattern, frankly.
Yeah, how do you get hit by a plane taxi?
With the modern sightings, you'll get like a single
That's why I thought maybe they were working on the engine and the plane took off before they were done and they were still working on it.
Interesting,
like in a Mel Brooks movie. Or like a Leslie Nielsen
no interaction,
bit.
Limited sensor data that comes to us. You can see a lot of those were blacked out. No follow-up that we are
sticks his head out and the plane's like about to take off.
and you get a benign classification, and importantly, no conclusion. You take that pattern, you place it next to everything else that we've looked at over the years. Go back to the 1940s, including the files that were here. You're seeing really a system. You're seeing a system that collects data, is recording its observations, categorizing them to some extent, and then always stopping short of a final interpretation, again and again. So you don't get any genuine analysis that is provided, as far as I could see, by any U.S. government or official entity.
Yeah, because they're cowards and they don't want to fucking put their name on it.
Maybe if I were to reread some of those early FBI documents, there might be some tentative opinions and conclusions. You do get that in some of the early FOIA, the documents released of Freedom of Information of that same period. So
that's not like a drone
here, but you're not really getting.
Like that's not,
you're not getting
like a commercial drone or anything. 160 miles
now,
an
alongside
hour
that system, you see something else going on. Maybe a second layer to all of this, and that's the narrative. Because you really see that when things move out into the public space, such as with some of the newspaper cases that were listed in there, and what we see today in social media all around us. You know, when these cases, in other words, come into the public sphere, they become a little more dramatic, a little more certain, a little more definitive, which is understandable because we're all trying to make sense of something that is genuinely unusual and perhaps anomalous in some of these cases. But I'm just going to say what can happen is sometimes the public narrative gets a little bit ahead of the evidence, and that is definitely so in the social media space, in my own opinion.
Where it's not, though. There's too many debunkers out there.
Often, maybe not always, but often becomes...
There will be people who take a maximalist impression, every time there's a video, you'll see the two extremes, which is the problem, right? There's people who will say every time it's like something skeptical, and then people who will say it's like fucking, whatever, maximalist every time. Like, what I'm saying is, it's like, sure, like what he's complaining about I'm not going to deny that some people don't get ahead of themselves, but I think there's just as many people the opposite way. So it kind of, that's the range, man. That's not, your job is to take in the breadth of opinions and find the correct one. No one tells you what's right. It's not that easy, even for big time fucking, UFO researchers like him.
A confirmed encounter in the minds of certain people. A short clip, becomes proof of advanced technology and so on. And a lot of the context.
But people spot their own patterns, though, too.
Or, conversely, you will see when a clip is out there without the context, people will just say,
what
that's
I'm looking
ridiculous,
for.
That's stupid.
I know how I make up my mind.
Although sometimes the context makes it a little more interesting. Not necessarily confirmed UAP, but, hey, interesting. Now, I do want to be clear about something. When you actually go through these files, there is enough to say that some of the cases, at least some of the early sightings that have, yes, they've long been released through FOIA, yes, I know that, but nevertheless, some of those early cases are genuinely interesting and potentially anomalous. I mentioned the Green Fireball cases. Well,
there's so many of them.
So they don't just collapse under simple explanations. They are genuine. They're a genuine part of our UFO history. So
Never
that's in here too.
explained.
The only problem is that we've known about it for years and years and years. Like there's nothing new about those. So where does this leave us? You've got some real observations. You got some of them are interesting. Some of them are worth looking at some more. I don't think that any of the recent videos are, frankly, going to turn out to be genuinely anomalous. They don't look like that to me. None of them show highly unusual.
Yeah, we should make a video of the good stuff.
Like that. So now, here's what we do not have with any of those recent clips or reports is any kind of definitive identification or any kind of confirmed origin, or even a coherent explanation across the cases. What you have is just, much more
Nobody
limited.
knows
It's
what
just
these
like,
mystery
we
drones
got
are.
this. Okay, let's, tag
Nobody
it.
has a fucking
tag
clue,
it and bag
yeah.
it. So this tranche, and I'm I'm going to take a guess, will be similar to the ones that are going to be coming in the future, that at least that we are told are going to be coming. Maybe
Well,
not.
no,
Maybe
man,
we'll
those
get something a
46
little more
videos
interesting.
sound good.
But what we're seeing right now,
They sound
this is not
current, too.
disclosure,
or like relatively
in any sense that I
modern.
would say is meaningful. We're not being told what these things are. We're not being told where they come from or what they mean. What we are seeing really is a controlled release of information, of unresolved events. And, maybe that's the most important thing here. It's not that what has been revealed, because nothing really dramatic was revealed, but at least, I guess you can say, if you really want to be generous, what remains unresolved. Because that actually has been the pattern from the very beginning. You have cases that appear and they're just not resolved. Again, the more recent ones that I looked at, were not mind-blowing in any way. So I suspect, we'll have to all really look at these more carefully, myself included, and maybe there's something in there that's interesting. I'm guessing probably not. So, I'm glad I went through it. I can understand why some people are very, very annoyed or angry or just disappointed over this. There's no bombshell, like some people like to say. Here's the latest bombshell.
Iran
no
sees
bombshell.
that ship. Yeah, it's probably CIA.
But I wouldn't quite dismiss it all as totally not interesting. If you're a real UFO nerd, there's stuff in there that's at least worth checking out. And I would say, go into it, look at it. There may not be anything that is new to you, although I suspect some of the more recent videos are new. But whether they're genuinely anomalous, I'm guessing they don't look like that to me.
They've also fucking nerfed the videos so hardcore though. Like, they really deprecated the fucking footage a lot.
From the month that it happened, you get them discussing it. Again, that might have already been available and I just was not aware of it, but I wasn't aware of it, so I was glad to see that. And I'm guessing if I were to go back in here,
You didn't
there
see
might
the
be a
moon
couple of other
photos, I guess.
fun little
The moon
nuggets.
photos are the most
But
interesting
this is
thing to
not
me, with the
disclosure,
fucking
my
craft on the
friends.
moon.
We're not there.
Yeah, Dolan must have missed those, man. That shit is wild. Again, I had already seen them because who was it? I think we saw it on like Third Phase or maybe the other channel. One of those other UFO channels, the bigger ones. What's the guy from Ohio? Tyler, Superior Team. That guy might have had it, or Billy maybe. Somebody had, the anomaly hunter groups. People like go through the NASA footage and they look for stuff like that. But there's, it's what people say that they're looking for. I don't know how to find it in here, but like, 25 videos. That's it. Yeah, here, like. I mean, this one, I guess, could be some sort of trick of the light. Maybe. I don't. It looks like a barbell-shaped craft, though, doesn't it? I mean. Like, it's zoomed in on this spot in the distance. Or maybe it's the triangle ship from later on, edge on. Okay, it doesn't make sense there'd be multiple ship types out there. Yeah, maybe it's like the triangle ship before it was fully in view. Are they all there in one? Yeah, look at this one. Yeah, Apollo 17. Damn, bro, look at that thing. Some of those are from Apollo 12, and then the last one's from Apollo 17. I mean, it definitely looks like some shit there, dude. Yeah, that's what I mean. If Apollo 17, isn't that the story that they I don't know if that's in the files, but they were supposedly told not to come back.
Jimmy Control here again. Earlier in the flight, you'll recall at the start of the second revolution, we had a reference to several objects that the crew spotted. This was in the area of Antigua.
Antigua.
Due to a mechanical breakdown, we did not have that
story I
portion
saw
of the
about the
tape
ISS
available for you. This was a line breakdown between Building 30 and our news center in Building 6. Since then, we have dubbed a tape off the master tape here in the control center, and we are now prepared to play it for you. It contains references to sighting not only some particles, but as well as an unidentified object.
Gemini 7, is that the booster or is that an actual sighting? Say again, 7?
Okay, we have several, looks like the 3 up here, actual sighting.
You have any more information, estimated distance or size?
We also have the booster inside.
Understand you
They're gonna have
also
to
have
do
the
a lot
booster inside,
better
Roger.
if they want to get people's attention for more than 5 minutes.
It looks like hundreds of little particles going by the west out about 3 to 4 miles.
Understand you have many small particles going by on the left at what?
Whoa. It's like, you know, they have better footage of that. I mean, they haven't really promised anything. Trump's been very vague about it. You know. But, like, it's not like Trump hasn't been teasing disclosure, you know. And if you listen to Burchett, like, Burchett was on Rogan the other day, and he didn't make any promises. He was like, I hope President Trump does the right thing, you know. But he doesn't know anything. He's just like, yeah, I've seen some shit, but, you know. I mean, it's like what Dolan said, you know, like, we want answers. I'm sick of all this vague, like, again, like I keep saying, there's already more than enough evidence out there for you to discount, I think. Like, I don't know how you fit like a prosaic explanation if you were honest with the breadth of evidence, just the extent of it. Like, there's no way to look at that and be like, oh, this is all just swamp gas or whatever. It's been like that for a while. Like, people want to know what they know about the explanation for it all, though, right? No one's going to believe, like, them trying to be like, oh, we never really looked into it. And I think they have to say that because I do think when they've tried, like, the Cometa report, I think that when they've seriously tried to look into it, it's ended up like the Robinson panel where they had to pay them to debunk everything. They had to, like, threaten the scientists to debunk everything. Or it is the only rational conclusion is that it's something anomalous that's not ours, you know? It's like with all their bullshit, man. It's like the truth is so ugly they can't admit it, any of it. And like the lies that they've told to cover up the truth are just as ugly. So where do you begin? Just like we see good videos every night, you know? Like these are like the military videos that were submitted to Arrow. Yeah, I mean, I think that the way that they do this, it's meant to downplay, minimize the phenomena, and make it seem like a bunch of bullshit. Like, that's what these releases are all about. It's not about revealing truth or doing anything. It's not about a distraction either. No, there's an actual reason for it, and it's to make the shit look innocuous and vague, right? It's to pretend that there's nothing there. And they put just enough, like, legitimate shit in the report to make, you know, to get people to go along with it. Like Lou Elizondo. This is like the Nick Pope of disclosure. They put just enough in there so people can't, like, or, you know, not everybody will say what we're saying, that this is some fucking limited hangout bullshit. I mean, or you could say maybe they're trying to soften us up and the next release will be badass. I don't know, I just get really nervous about those 46 videos that Luna, like, because I think those are all legit. Like, the Jeremy Corbell shit, like the thing with the craft and the clouds, like, we forget, like, we've seen so many good videos that are just inexplicable. The Corbell one from a couple months ago, I think that came from a classified server, and I think those are the 46 videos. I think there are 46 videos like the one that Corbell and Knapp put out. So I think they're pretty legit, all of them. This is the bullshit from Arrow. That's all this is. This is Arrow's fucking most recent batch of videos that they haven't released yet. And these all suck. These are things that like military drones captured. Like Syria, Greece. I think it was Cernan. I forget which one it was. Yeah, I think it was Cernan. I mean, if I just saw that recently, it must have been in these files. Dude, what is that? That's nothing that we should be able to do. Like, that's something weird, you know? And I think, but look how shitty they made the video. All those black bars on the screen. That, don't tell me that's not intentional. Like, they made this look like shit for a reason. Like, the regular video of this is probably so much more incredible. They've fucking dumbed this down, put it on like 8-bit video, and put these fucking black bars all over the screen. What the fuck? I fucking hate this country so much. Like... If we still have the same sensors that we had deployed to the front lines in 2020, then we're fucking doing something wrong, you know? We definitely got upgrades on a lot of the stuff, because that's why we have the MH370 video, right? Like, we know what we had then, and we know that we have different stuff now, you know? Because they've been declassified what they were using then, meaning they're not still using it, right? Yeah, I think this video was probably pretty good at once, you know, at one point. Without the sensor data on the screen too, you can't fucking tell anything about it. You have no idea, like, the scale of any of it. Let's play this weirdness Sucksville. Yeah, these Grease ones kind of suck. Although, I don't know. It's hard to tell how fast it's going. That's what I'm saying. What the fuck, man? This is just like the Epstein Black Book when they fucking put it out redacted. That's what this is. This is Epstein's Black Book. The redacted version of Epstein's Black Book. Fuck. I mean, we should have known. Like I said, I had some hopes because I thought Trump had figured out how to make some money off of it and he might pursue it. No. This is just more lies and cover up. Fuck. This is they all had FAA licenses. This is what this is. Oh, don't worry about those. They all had licenses. FAA approved for research and other things. And this has got to be some sort of glare, right? Although, why is it moving like that? That's pretty wild. Yeah, but it's still, we don't really have anything that moves like that, that can zip around like that. No, balloons don't move like that. It's got like fucking thrusters or something. Look at it. Look how it's moving. I mean, the contrails might be some kind of thing in the tracing. Like, I mean, even if it had like some sort of like rocket engine, like some sort of thruster pack on it, I don't think it would have, like, it would die. Like it, how much do those jetpacks that, people, you see people flying with sometimes, those don't have a whole lot of juice in them. Wow. It's like, those are some anomalous movements. I mean, the shape I could see being some sort of artifact, but the movement, I don't know of any human craft that flies like that. I mean, just ignore everything else, like the contrails and everything. Just look at the way it's zipping about like that. What? What do you mean? I mean, it's a thing in the sky moving erratically. Like, that much is what I think is interesting about it. Everything else, I could take it or leave it. But what do we have that can move like that? Ignore the contrails. Let's just assume that's some sort of artifact of the camera. Ignore the shape. Same thing. What object does that? Stops and turns on a dime instantly? Like, it's not turning, it's stopping and going the other direction. So, I mean, the infrared camera, that's why I can see that being like the engine exhaust somehow. I mean, I guess it could be some sort of like little ball thing with a bunch of thrust, like a 3-eye atlas type thing, with like 8 thrusters in the surrounding it. Yeah, what if that's the real 3-eye atlas video? No, it's 2013, never mind. Like, I don't think this is like a domestic, like, this is not like an Iraqi drone, you know? I'm saying, yeah, that should be. Anything that's like a heat trail. Yeah, it could be, right? I mean, it's still moving really weird. Yeah, I guess. Yeah. I guess they move like that. I mean, these are some pretty sharp turns for a quadcopter. That's just okay. Those aren't anything special. Yeah, I guess. Yeah. Hmm. Yeah. Battery packs, I guess. Yeah. Mm. Mm. Um. This is Agudia. No. Kirkpatrick, dude. This is a lovely Dr. Sean. It's got lovely Dr. Sean's fingerprints all over all this bullshit, man. What a prick, dude. And like we know they have better stuff too, because we've heard people have said, I gave them all of this, I gave them all my footage, and then they've never released any of it. Yeah, I think they intentionally package the shittiest stuff possible to make it look silly and, innocuous. It's some bullshit, dude. The fuck is that?
Hotel Alpha Alpha, call Bahrain East 132.12. 132.12, Hotel Alpha.
Hmm. What, do you just fly around? Sucks. Epstein's Black Book. I mean, I don't know, it's probably not a balloon if it's standing still, but it's hard to tell. You can't, there's no fucking sensor. Oh, this fucking sucks, man. This one we've already seen, I think. This one was already released. Again, this might have been a good video at one point. It's hard to tell now because they've done so much to fuck with it. Oh, man, I hate these fucking people. I hate them so much. They, This is like what, from Bledsoe's house? This is probably recent, 2026. I mean, this looks like that fucking guy in Florida. The guy who's always shining his laser in the sky. I can't explain any of that stuff. Those lights that zip around like that. Those aren't drones. The shit that's like looks like a star, and then you shine the light on it, and then it zips off. Like, what are those? What the fuck could that be? What do you mean? They all suck. Hmm. I don't know. Like I said, I think this is nefarious. This is bad. This is Epstein's black book. And I'm sure some of these documents are interesting, but I think most of the stuff that's interesting has already been out there. This might be the Apollo 11 or Gemini 7. Bogey at 10 o'clock. They've passed now. They've gone into polar orbit. That sounds like something flying around up there. There was particles in addition to the booster and the bogey at 10 o'clock high. Roger, I have the booster on my side, the brilliant body in the sun against the black background with trillions of particles on it. What direction is that from you? My 2 o'clock position. Does that mean it's ahead of you? It's ahead of us at 2 o'clock, slowly tumbling. The third unidentified object, of course, the third object was a bogey. There were several references to the bogey. What? What is this handwritten shit? Tell me more. This is what I mean. What the like? They can't even give us a good transcript of that. Like, this is so nefarious. You couldn't even give us the decent transcript. You gave us this garbled bullshit. You don't have the transcript anywhere, really? Oh yeah, there's this German Nazi stuff too, the Nazi UFO stuff, which is interesting. Definitely seems to imply that the Nazis had UFOs, which I don't know if it's like a Pete Hexet thing or what. Deus boot. Seems like it could be. Thoughts on the space alien race question? What? This is like a neo-Posadist document. We should consider the policy question of what to do if an alien intelligence discovered in space. Like, the fuck is this, man? What is all this shit? Flying saucer. What? This is just a magazine. This is a flying saucer zine. Wow. London, Ontario, 1966. Like, what are all these front page stories about UFOs? No stars say collector of flying saucer videos. Wow. That's what I mean. There's so many of these. Like, this isn't the only time there was a front page full of UFO stories. You know? I don't know what these are. It was weird. Wow. Look at all those. This shit looks fake. What the fuck is that? It looks different too. Oakland Tribune. Flying saucers are popping up all over. Who's in all those saucers? This is just a collection of newspaper clippings. This is still really cool though, right? Like I've talked about this before, right? Like stuff has been on the front page of the paper many, many times. I think that Brazilian one is fun bogus though. 5 million people saw flying saucers. It's like, there's not even any titles. Range Fowler debrief. God damn, no wonder nobody reports this shit, man. What? What are you talking about? The Jimmy Carter thing? What a weird take. What's this one? Vandenberg Lodge. Why is this in here? I was just trying to vindicate, what's his name? Bob Salas? Strait of Hormuz, September 2020. Yeah, I totally blame Pete Hegseth. This is his fault. He fucking did this to us. Orbs launching orbs. Two federal law enforcement agents witnessed a glowing orange orb 500, 600 meters where it was perched close to a rock pinnacle. Appeared to be similar in size to a small helicopter cockpit. Short witness stated that an object did not emit noticeable sound, described as being similar to the Eye of Sauron from Lord of the Rings. Whoa. Except without a pupil, or maybe an orange storm electrify ball. What up, Dumb Plank? You can. I would use those You need that parrot shit. Where you can play amazing clips like this.
And you can see their soldiers. These are not paramedics. These are soldiers from Unit 669. It's a special operations
669!
first unit. You can see the
Dog!
drone there get shot
John,
at.
see?
Possibly it was shot
Dude,
down.
he's such a fucking gentleman, this guy. Dude, he knows that we know what Unit 669 is. That's the jizz unit. That's the fucking, the jizzmongers. That's them. That they were collecting jizz from their dead comrades.
I'm gonna click on Telegram link because it opens the app. And it's a big pain in the ass. Like I said, I don't need more UFO videos. Like, I see plenty of incredible videos, like, every day. Right? Like, high confidence in most of them, that I can tell the difference between the real ones and the fake ones. Like, fairly confident in my ability to do that. These are incredible. This one, I think, is incredible. The fuck is that, man? And again, remember, the way the cameras are set up, it can't picture, it can't get the whatchamacallits, the star. What up, y'all? Yo, oh, check it out. It's a new one. There's a new raid alert. Oh, it was so short. Fuck. I guess it's for the best in the long term. Welcome in. What's going on, bone dogs? Boneyard. Well, welcome to my boneyard. What are y'all up to? We were just talking about how this P-Tex has fucked us again. Once again, he fucked the UFO efforts up. This stuff sucks. I think nefariously. He did it to us on purpose. He's like, oh, I know, it'll make people stop thinking about how bad I fucked up in Iran. It was when I show them how much I fucked up all their UFO files. You'd be like, oh, look at this shit. Like, even the interesting videos in here are so fucked up with, like, black bars everywhere, and all the sensor data is removed, so you can't tell anything about it, right? It's just such a lazy shithead move to. I don't understand what they're doing. I guess I do, right? They're trying to make it suck. I think they're intentionally trying to make it suck so people think it's goofy and fucking innocuous and there's, not a serious topic, right? Like they've been doing since the 40s. This is just another round of that. I think that these assholes are definitely, that's what I was just saying. It's like, the evidence for the cover up is like much stronger than evidence for anything else. Like, it's like they always say, like, the cover up is how they get you. Like, yeah, there's tons of shit that people can't, that can't identify. But then, like, there's tons of stuff that shows that these guys are, like, lying about it. Like, not telling us stuff that they know, or, like, otherwise feeding us bullshit just for no reason. Like, when soldiers see our stuff, they sign NDAs saying that they won't tell anybody about it. That's why that doesn't make sense, right? And, like, so it's like somebody else on Earth has these same craft that have been in our skies since the 40s, and that's just like, like Russia's, or, Nazis, like Argentine Nazis, right? Like, so they're definitely lying about it. I don't know if they're aliens. Like I said, there's something up there that's like not our shit. Like, Oh, look at this one on the moon we were just looking at from Apollo 17. Hmm. What the fuck is that? What is that? 1972. Yeah, future us? Yeah, maybe. Yeah. Hmm. Like NASA in particular comes out looking pretty nefarious here. I mean, a lot of these are like already been out there. Like I said, there's already fucking like there's been more than enough information out there for reasonable people to come to the conclusion that there's anomalous objects flying through the sky, right? Like the obfuscation is really frustrating. Mm. What's this? Oh yeah, there's the Cometa report. Hmm. What did she say? Oh. Yeah, at least they had, yeah, like Dolan was saying, at least they had the balls to like come to a conclusion. Page 71. There's no page numbers. See, they just shit like that. Fucking Pete Hegseth, man. I swear to God, this is intentionally made fuck, obscure and difficult to parse. Opinions on Roswell. Very consistent interviews, affidavits, and video testimonies describe the discovery of material that no one knows how to make in our time. Thin sheet that looks like metal with very great resistance that is so elastic that after it has been crumpled up into a ball, it spontaneously returns to its initial shape without the least sign of individual residual fold. It does seem that the crash occurred on July 4th around 22:30 hours. Date and time symbolize American power whence the following question arises. If the crash was in fact that of an extraterrestrial vessel, truly an accident, or was it a deliberate crash constituting a message and or authenticator? They probably shot at it. The Cometa report? I mean, this is the historical record. Like, people, probably because it's translated from French. Like I said, people try to debunk assumptions that they hold about aliens, right? That's what I think a huge source of confusion is. People don't actually debunk the evidence. They debunk like commonly held tropes throughout academia. You know, that's the problem, right? Like people don't actually address any of the evidence because there's a lot of it and they can't. So they just debunk this like lazy shorthand heuristic that they learned in grad school or whatever. Mhm. Yeah, people are like, oh, it's so far away, and it's like, yeah, no, I know that you've assumed that that's a stumbling block to any kind of NHI, but don't worry about it. We've thought about that too. Hmm. You believe one from Roswell is still alive and still in custody? Really? I don't know. I kind of think they're like robots or something, or like bio, like sort of like worker bee or something. I don't know what it seems like. I mean, like I said, if you're honestly evaluating the evidence points to them being some sort of like nerfed human, uh, like, uh, like 1,000 years ago. They like modified humans to get in to make them smaller and like more docile and potentially like more telepathic, better for space. EBE03 is still alive, really? I don't think that that's what that is, though. I mean, yeah, it's like I know people like that theory that they're like us from the future. I don't think that's what it is. I think it's the fucking Anunnaki, the Nordics or whoever. I think they got sick of fighting with humans, right? And we were too big of a pain in the ass to control on a large scale after we started getting armies and stuff. And it just got to be too much of a hassle. So I think they like modified it and made like another, human-esque creature that they use for chores. And I think they can somehow like make you forget things. I think we probably encounter them frequently and we just don't remember it. And I think they like the flashy thing from Independence Day, or I'm sorry, Men in Black. Yeah, I think they have something like that. um, One was still alive in the early Obama years. Yeah, I mean, there was a lot of crashes. So I'm saying, I think it's a thing, you know. Hmm. Yeah, I don't know about Roswell survivors either, man. I don't know. Isn't the story that they like died shortly thereafter? UFO problem cannot be eliminated by mere caustic and offhand witticism. Since the publication of the first report of the Association des Auditeurs 20 years ago, CNES has conducted serious studies in close collaboration with other state agencies, civil aviation, weather service, etc. These studies tally with other research conducted more or less discreetly abroad, mainly in the U.S. They demonstrate almost certain physical reality of completely unknown flying objects with remarkable flight performances and noiselessness, apparently operated by intelligent beings. Yeah. Let me read that again. They demonstrate the almost certain physical reality of completely unknown flying objects with remarkable flight performances and noiselessness, apparently operated by intelligent beings. With their maneuvers, these flying objects considerably impress civilian and military pilots who hesitate to speak about them. The fear of appearing ridiculous, alienated, or simply gullible is the principal reason for this reserve. Secret craft, definitely of earthly origin, drones, stealth aircraft, etc., can only explain a minority of cases. If we step back and take an objective look over the years, we clearly perceive the limits of this explanation. Thus, we are forced to resort to other hypotheses. Some can neither be confirmed nor invalidated. They are therefore not scientific, and certainly it is very difficult to scientifically study rare, elusive, and random phenomena when science is based above all on experiments and their reproducibility. Um, yeah, that's always a problem, right? Where is it? Okay. However, the example of meteorites shows that this type of phenomenon can nevertheless end up being accepted by the scientific community after centuries of doubt and rejection. Yeah. Hmm. You want to talk about what? I don't know. You you just come in. Hmm. People have been here for years. Never like.
Jimmy Control here again.
What did I just do? Oh man, I was enjoying that. Fuck. Where is it? I just clicked one at random too. I mean, put it to you like this: the person that you know who spent the most time looking into this subject is most convinced of what I just read. You know, nobody spends like any significant amount of time researching this who comes away thinking it's nothing. You know, that doesn't happen. You can come up with alternate explanations for why that is, but I guarantee you they're not very good. Also, I think this is it right here. Yeah. We're gonna go all the way back down to whatever fucking page that was. And again, this is the French CNES. Other propulsion methods. Damn. I mean, this is a good summary. Oh man, what page was that conclusion on? And these are all the appendices. Disinformation attempt. Special effects and montages, which are generally accompanied by a lot of media publicity. Some research believe that without necessarily lending themselves to the manufacture of ultramodern weapons, the performance of high-tech craft might serve to brainwash public opinion in the same way as other propaganda techniques. Large number of people are convinced that they... Oh, shit, passed it again. Piloted by intelligent beings that have come from a very remote part of the universe and are tasked with watching us and even initiating contact with us. As appealing as they may be, these hypotheses run up against all sorts of huge difficulties. The hypothetical Martians only recently disappeared from the realm of possibility, and apart from Earth, the solar system appears to be totally unable to have produced organized life, even more unable to have produced an advanced civilization. Therefore necessary to look further to the stars, but the closest star is already 100 million times further away than the moon. Unknown natural phenomenon. Holographic images. Yeah, that's how. Yeah. This technique is difficult to employ. It requires considerable preparation. Secret weapons are super. Oh, these are all must be the hypotheses. Okay. Is this the conclusion? I don't know. There's a lot of good information in here, though. Let's save this one. I'm sure I already have it somewhere. Trump's not going to feel good about this. I don't know if this is not going to be. If this is all he does, this is going to not matter. I mean, there's stuff like this. Like, here's the Twining memo. What I mean, it's like, what are you looking for? You know, I don't need anything else to be convinced to what I just read. You know. Again, I don't. That's the part that we haven't. Nobody knows for sure, and that's the part that we want them to reveal. It's like we know that like they've been looking into this because we have all this shit from the 40s, right? So did they just stop? Right? When they're like, oh, there's this fucking unknown propel like something weird in our skies that doesn't appear to be Russian. There's no way they would like stop pursuing it. There's no way they would stop like trying to figure out what it was and if necessary, like how to attack them. You know, think about these people. This is the people, you know, we know who they were. The people who nuked Japan, right? Which again, by the way, that's Roswell was the only nuclear bomber unit. Like that's where all the nukes were, 1947. Oh. I mean, again, if it's our experimental tech, then we say, hey, don't tell anybody you saw our experimental tech, right? We don't let pilots go on Rogan and say, oh man, you should have seen it. It was wild, right? Like we just say, hey, don't tell anybody or else you'll go to jail. You know, like that's how they keep classified projects classified. Which again is why fucking Obama yesterday. Oh, I knew they would be snapping selfies for aliens. Like, are you fucking kidding me, dude? Like, how many people are working on classified projects right this second who will never say a word about any of it to even their fucking wife, right? And you somehow think you can get away with telling us, like, oh no, you know, classified project, people would totally be leaking information from it. First of all. Second of all, people have been leaking this shit for a long time, you know? So either way, he's wrong on both counts. It's like like Quirk said, it's an insult to our intelligence. I mean, that's the scary part, dude. I mean, I don't know. Are you familiar with the Anunnaki? Mm, yeah. Doing a lot of shit, man. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, do you really want to grapple with the evidence or not? Like, because that's like I'm saying. Like, evidence has been there. There's a lot of evidence. Like, the reason that you think that there's not is because you've been mind fucked the whole time. Like, this is intent. Like, I don't know if those documents are in here, but there's definitely documents that have been declassified before where they explain how they're going to trick people into not taking it seriously. You know, like there's very explicit about this, the way that they go about in academia and on the mainstream media and like Hollywood. Like this is all strategically like done in such a way where they ostracize you, ridicule you, and stigmatize the subject so that serious researchers can't, you know, it's like death sentence for your career, or you get like pilots don't even report it because they get grounded. Like this stuff is so pervasive, and they're just supposed to ignore it. And you feel it. I feel it. You know, I've been fucking researching this seriously for like 5 years now, and I still feel it. Right? Like they try to they do it intentionally. They try to make it seem goofy and ridiculous, and they're successful at it. You know, 400,000 or 700,000 or both. Yeah, we don't really know. That's the thing. We don't know. Like, I talk about things that have not been disproven, that, like, if something has no evidence for it, I'm not going to discuss it. But, like, that as it stands, there's a lot of questions. People who tell you otherwise are full of shit or they don't know. Mm. This is the 20 menu from 47. Like this was before the CIA and stuff got going and actively tried to disinform, right? Like the very early days, it's like, they're pretty accurate about it. Like the thing in Sweden is on here too, I think. The phenomenon reported is something real and not visionary or fictitious. Objects probably approximating the shape of a disk of such appreciable size appear to be as large as man-made aircraft. Possibility that some of these incidents may be caused by natural phenomena such as meteors. Reported operating characteristics such as extreme rates of climb, maneuverability, particularly in roll, and section which must be considered evasive when sighted or contacted by friendly aircraft and radar, lend belief to the possibility that some of the objects are controlled either manually, automatically, or remotely. The apparent common description of the objects is metallic or light reflecting surfaces. Absence of trail, except in few instances, the object apparently was operating under high performance conditions. Circular or elliptical in shape, flat on the bottom, domed on top. Several reports of well-kept formation flights varying from 3 to 9 objects. Wow. Normally no associated sound, except in 3 instances a substantial rumbling roar was noted. Level flight speeds normally about 300 knots are estimated. Yeah, these could be the Nazis. Some sort of breakaway Nazi group, by the way. That could work. I mean, who's hiding? They're not trying to hide. They're flashing their lights at us. We don't know that about Mars' atmosphere. If our models of Mars are accurate, right? But we don't. There could have been any number of calamities on Mars that cause destroy our model. It's like every model that we have of like history is always based on like a gradual, the same stuff that we see today gradually went up and down or whatever, and does not account for any kind of disaster scenario, which we know are common, were common, have always been common in the solar system. I think to assume that, just because our current model, based on Mars' current climate, it doesn't really work. Kecksburg, Pennsylvania was in the 60s. I don't know about the Mars stuff. As I said, you can't prove or disprove any of the Mars stuff. Let's talk about what evidence that we have, right? That's what I focus on. Like all of these people are not imagining this. There's so many reports and they continue. Like the New Jersey thing, just like, why are they shutting down Air Force bases for unknown objects hovering over runways, like on a pretty regular basis? Like it happens several times, like in the past couple months. They shut down all these like European airports. Like this is a very, very pervasive and I think maddening and um the fact that they downplay it should tell you a lot about it, right? The fact that like this was happening and people barely even mentioned it, what is that? Why it seems like it should be a much bigger story, right? Why is that not a bigger story? Like how many different airports in Europe had to shut down for anomalous objects that like, and again, let's be real, if they were Russian or they could say they were Russian, which first of all doesn't make sense for a number of reasons, but if they were, they would be screeching about it to high heaven, right? Oh, I don't know that one. I know the Italy one. What it, but because of what it ran stuff. Mhm. Yeah, the Nazca mummies. You don't even get me started on that, dude. Those look to be real too. That's what I'm saying. Those, this just like 2 weeks ago, they had to shut down the Air Force base in what was it, Alabama or Arizona or something? Um, it was shut down like I think for several days, right? Or like at least like a overnight period. It was shut down for a while they were in the middle of like loading planes to send to Iran. They like had to shut down the Air Force base because there was fucking things in the sky that weren't going anywhere. Mm, weird osmium plates. Yeah. And it's consistent with what they've done, like there's the UFOs and nukes, right? It's just like there's so many aspects of it. It's so widespread and it touches so many of these different historical phenomena that it's like I would love to hear somebody skeptically explain half of the shit that I just mentioned. They can't do it because it doesn't make any sense, right? Like, so you're saying this is like a Russian thing that they've been doing since before World War II for no apparent reason, just to like troll us, right? Really? That's what you think? I mean, even the Nazi stuff strains credulity. I mean, I guess that would work, right? If there was Nazis who developed flying saucers in 1945 and were somehow able to escape Germany, which, let's be real, the fucking CIA totally would have helped them do that. Like the OSS or whoever, whatever Americans were taking over Germany, they totally would have helped the Nazis escape if they had something like that. 100%. I mean, they did as it is, right? Like, they already did help the Nazis escape. Like, they could have helped more of them escape. Who knows? Maybe they did. But like I said, that's strange credulity. And other than that, I don't know who else you could point to. Like the Annie Jacobsen story is that like after World War II, after the Nazis had killed like 30 million Soviet citizens, they like 1945, they didn't stop, they didn't take a breath and like, mourn their losses and clean up their country. No, they immediately plowed all their resources into developing like some weird next gen manta ray craft that doesn't even appear to be that capable, and then mutating like deformed people, like collecting all the dwarfs in the Soviet Union and then like putting them like dumping ooze on them to make them look like aliens, and then putting them on this next gen craft and then crashing it into Roswell, like kind of near the Air Force base. Like not crashing it into the Air Force base, crashing it like 100 and something miles away, like a 3 hour ride away. Right? That's what Stalin was like, I need to do that. It's so insane. Like to have she's treated like a serious journalist and she wrote that entire book that's the thesis of. I'm not exaggerating. I'm not bullshit. That's literally the thesis of her book. Roswell was caused by that. Stalin's dwarf mutation space age craft. Like, just ridiculous. Like, it's not even like there's something you could point to in the scientific literature to show that they were like on that path or whatever. There's nothing. It's like one fucking anonymous whistleblower, quote unquote whistleblower, who was like, oh, I'll feed you the real story. So absurd. I don't know if he was that cool. I mean, he just. Mm, let's see. I don't know if I should keep reading. I mean, I guess the other explanation is there is something the U.S. government knows they can't do anything about it, so they try not to talk about it because it just makes them look bad. That works too, right? It could be that. But again, I don't see. I don't think any earthly explanation really fits. It's got to be something like I said, the Anunnaki, or I mean, again, the extraterrestrial hypothesis. It could be, but it doesn't seem like that's probably the most likely. The most likely one seems to be the Anunnaki one, right? Like this is somehow like their planet, or they heavily interfered with our development on this planet. Um, or it could be some sort of Atlantean thing, right? It could be people from like a prior cycle who survived some calamity, the Younger Dryas, and right, able to like maintain a separate society. There was like a Moloch, like what's that called in the H.G. Wells book, the Molochs and the Eloi or something. It's like the underground dwellers and the like above ground dwellers. Something like that, maybe. Yeah, I mean that's what I'm saying. I don't know if you need to go that far. Like it doesn't seem like that would be Occam's razor. But it does seem to be like there's some other shit going on. Like there seems to be a lot of traffic. That's this other thing. Is like there seems to be a lot of activity. It doesn't make sense that it's like somebody coming by for a visit. That doesn't really fit. Right? It could be like a long term. It could be a von Neumann probe, right? That's the theory that fits. Right? If it's like a automated probe that was sent here and made more copies of itself, and it's been doing that since the 40s or possibly before. You could have successive generations of von Neumann probes, like the same civilization could keep improving on them, or some sophisticated AI, like couple systems back, was able to make more and more advanced craft and kept sending them out, you know, something like that. Definitely seems like that could be what it is, like something that's like studying us more progressively, like more invasively, but also like more sophisticatedly. Yeah, that lady in Russia. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Those look to be what they look like. That looks like the Nazca mummies. You know what I mean? I think the Nazca caves show somebody intervening, trying to splice human DNA into the gray. That's what I think that is. That's why you see evidence of all these different species all in the same place. I think it was like some sort of lab or something. I don't know. I know it's a lot to take in, but I mean, Tony, this is my honest assessment of the evidence, and I think this is like a bare minimum case. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, I don't believe that Matt Gates thing because I've never heard that story before. I believe things that are corroborated through history that are like well testified to by many different people over time. Things that stand the test of time. Like I believe the opposite, like the aliens are fucking with us, making hybrids of us. I don't think that I've never heard the version of it that we're doing that, that we're making human alien hybrids too. It could be though. I mean, that's actually the Spielberg show, right? That's in Taken. That would fit in that universe. Um, could be. I mean, I don't know. Like, if you're studying the abduction phenomenon and you see that they're doing it, I could see us responding, even if you didn't quite understand why they were doing it. Seems like the kind of thing that, like, I could see our people, especially like in the 90s, like post Cold War, like when they're trying to like maintain their fundings and their overall their position in the hierarchy. I could totally see them being like, oh yeah, no, we need to do what they're doing. I'm sure it's good business. Like I'm sure they're doing it for a good reason. Um, anyway. Present U.S. knowledge provided extensive detailed development is undertaken to construct a pilot aircraft which has the general description of the object in paragraph E, above which would be capable of an approximate range of 7,000 miles at subsonic speeds. Headquarters issue a directive assigning a priority security classification and code name for a detailed study of this matter to include the preparation complete sets of all available atomic energy commission. What year is this from? 1947. I mean, we've been studying this since then, right? It's Luke 8:17. Hmm. It's a lot better when you put the spooky music with it. What if Trump did the invasion because he thought the aliens were a stop? They had left their post at the Strait of Hormuz. Quick, they're not there. Bomb them. That'd be funny. Who's this guy? Fighting a good fight. Jesse Teal.
Aldrin, do you think that we went to the moon in 1969? In the first.
実際行ったかっていう。はい。あ、もちろん行ってます。
And then, do you think there's anything we don't understand about that story? Did they see UFOs along the way? Because
UFO は見たのは間違いないです。
why are you sure?
僕アポロ17号のキャプテンのジン・サーナン船長のと仲良くて自宅へ行って一緒に食事したりとか外でも食事したりとかしたことあって、ある質問したことあるんですね。どうしてアポロは17号で終焉を迎えたんでしょうか。でもその頃にはもう18号、19号作られてるんです。なのにどうして17号でやめたんでしょうか。本当の理由を知りたいんですって聞いたんです。
Why did they stop with 17?
そしたら彼の答えは二度と来るなと言われたって。
They told us never to come back.
これイヤホンじゃないですよ。こう脳に直接語りかけてきたって。
Mental download. Never come back again. And were any reasons for not coming back again that they cited?
頼むから地球人類を邪魔をしないでくれって言われた。
Why?
私たちの研究なりを邪魔をしないでくれ。私たちの活動の邪魔をしないでくれって言われた。例えて言うとですね、私たちが何か実験室で実験をしていると、猿がいっぱい実験室に入ってきたら頼むから出て行きなさいって言うでしょ。あれと同じことです。
So do you think the extraterrestrials were using the moon as a way to research the Earth?
38万キロ離れた月からもうすでに観察はしてますし、あれは人工的に作られたものだと僕は思ってます。月自体が。で、あそこからずっとこう観察をしているか、あるいは彼らが必要なものをこう取り出したりはしていると思うんですね。で、非常にこう大事な場所だとは考えています。で、自然にできたものじゃなくて人為的に彼らが意図して作ったものだと僕は考えているんですね。
Did you ever ask Eugene Cernan, why don't you go public with this information?
彼が自分が亡くなってからこのことは話していいよということを言われたり、僕は彼から実は画像をもらったんですね。キャプテンが月の裏側を通過するときに一体何を見たんですかっていう質問をしたときに、構造物を見たと言われたんです。その構造物の一部の写真を僕もらったんです。興味がもしあるんだったらうちのお寺にありますから後でお見せします。
Yeah, the artificial constructions?
Wow.
You can show me those?
Yes.
You have photos?
Yes.
I'd love to see. That's amazing.
Yeah, Jesse Teal, why didn't you show us the photo, Jesse Teal? Dog. Yeah. I don't remember that interview. Who's that guy? Where's the rest of the...
There's this big debate about whether we actually initially went to the moon. Perfect.
Jesse Teal, where's the rest of the interview? How does he not have the thing linked right below? This guy's full of shit. Is it members only? Kevin Canoose. I don't think I saw that one. I like Kevin Canoose. Gerb. Giorgiani. Giorgiani rules. The Pope knows all about the aliens. It's ancient, bro. Jeffrey Epstein and Aliens, the Global Satanic Cabal. Yo, what a great name for a YouTube video. Holy shit. Look at what he's wearing, too. That guy's funny. God damn, that Flying Lotus interview was 9 months ago already. I remember listening to that. It felt like last week. Jesus Christ. Don't see the Japanese guy. Is he Aurelian? Is he in a UFO cult? I was thinking about joining a UFO cult and or starting a UFO cult. It'd be pretty sick, huh? It'd be like the new Scientology. You know, Scientology, but better and real. Why Jonah Hill made a documentary about my family? Oh, shit. Really? Jesse Geo? Really? Oh, fuck. What's wrong with your family, man? I don't even want to know. How I know David Grush is not lying? Yeah. Did the CIA brainwash Charles Manson? Martin Shkreli. Alex Jones getting drunk and painting rock. Garrett McNamara. Where's the fucking Japanese guy? Reverse engineering UFOs. Yeah, right. Jesus was in a secret occult group. Who's this? Jake Paul reflects on whole career. Look at his first videos. Weinstein reveals UFO physics. No, he doesn't. Dude. Mysterious origins of Lyme disease. Hell yeah. I don't see the Japanese guy. My American sperm count dropped 41% in 50 years. Dude, I told you. They were stealing our jizz. Shock fillet. Dude. Danny Sheehan. Well, I don't know. I looked. They do prima nocte in their aliens. Ross probably. I bet you Ross has the right take. He'll know. He'll know they're up to some shit.
Well, g'day and welcome to Reality Check, a special edition to follow what is probably one of the bigger news stories of recent times, the small D disclosure day. The Trump administration has finally begun releasing UAP.
Was it in the...
I mean, I didn't have some sexual desire for my mother, but when I look at...
Who's that girl that he brought with him to interview Alex Jones? Who did he bring to the interview? Wait, was that the moon? Did he do a moon landing hoax video? What? What's this? Bledsoe Gerb. I think Giorgiani's probably closest to the truth, by the way. No one wants to go there, man. It's too dark. Like I said, it's indigestible. I don't know, man. Plato's Gate. Ralph Mulgren. That's the guy's name I always forget. Earth and Alien Zoo, probably, yeah. Which one could it be? West. Yeah, this one. UFOs are monitoring nuclear bases. Obama received an alien prophecy. I don't know, man. I still don't see anything with that Japanese guy. Graham Hancock.
Unidentified anomalous phenomena, otherwise known as UFO files, held by the Department of War, the Department of Defense, the Pentagon. And is it a big nothing burger? Is it really just a bit of a meh event?
Giorgiani, I mean, he's kind of like, he's a philosopher. He says it's like, you know, the Nordics and shit. Like, he's, you know, traces them throughout history. You know, basically the Annunaki become the Nordics. They've been fucking with us this whole time, and they have they have shit on the moon. They have like a slave colony on the moon somehow. He thinks they're really like malicious and like mendacious. Like I think he's on that loose shit too. Actually, when I think about it. But he's consistent, like he describes him. he can explain every event historically in this context, and I think it's an exercise that few have ever really engaged in. What's this? Whoa. See, I don't think people can make these in this like quick blink of an eye type shit. Oh yeah, this guy, I've seen this guy before. This guy's on some deep crank. Yeah. You're probably right.
Well, I'm going to be bringing in several experts and commentators today, but first I want to give you my two bobs worth. There are 162 total records that have been released today, 8th of May 2026, and we are told it is the first tranche of what will be multiple tranches. 82 of those are records from the Department of War. There's 56 records from the FBI, most of which we've seen before, 12 records from NASA, 8 records from the State Department, and 28 videos involving unresolved UAP reports. Now, what do you make of this? Well, frankly, I guess we've all been bracing ourselves. We've been telling you in recent weeks that we shouldn't get too excited about this supposed disclosure, that the suspicion was it was going to be fairly tame. It certainly doesn't involve an admission of the retrieval or reverse engineering program of UAPs, and contrary to some speculation that's been feverish online, it didn't involve any admission that Roswell 1947 or indeed any subsequent UAP crash incident was indeed alien spacecraft. But it's a start, and I have to tell you privately, my dear viewers, between you and me, I had a call from somebody quite senior in the administration today who told me that we should give President Trump a chance. And they felt I was being a bit mean with my commentary that this is essentially just a diversion from the Epstein files and the growing miseries of the Iran war. I'm tempted to hopefully believe that. I genuinely want the presidency of Donald Trump to be remembered as the disclosure presidency. Frankly, I'm holding my breath. What I'm hearing from too many people is that the president is intimidated by the military-industrial complex, that there is too much power in the hands of anonymous men and women inside the Pentagon and the intelligence community and private aerospace. And frankly, we can't expect too much. But as the Disclosure Foundation acknowledged today, Admiral Tim Gallaudet put out a press release, and he made the point that it's a significant release because it reinforces a core point that we all know. There is a genuine public interest in this issue. UAPs have been documented, Tim says, across government agencies, across decades, across the world, and continue to be reported today. They're not simply a matter of speculation or public curiosity. The government's been keeping records and they've been holding back on them. I think, personally, one of the most embarrassing things for the government is NASA. Bill Nelson pledged that there were no UAP files when he was the NASA administrator. Was he lying? Or was he misled?
Bill Nelson.
We now know for a fact that NASA acknowledges in its own reports that its transcripts, and this has been around for some time, its own astronauts were reporting anomalous objects, anomalous lights. And this bears out what we've been telling you on Reality Check for the last few weeks. These lunar anomalies reported to us on multiple programs by Max Derikshani. You're going to be hearing more about this next week. Ultimately, what Max has been revealing has been borne out by the NASA by the Department of War investigation. It turns out they accept that there is probably a physical object there. There is a there worthy of investigation. Significant too for the debunkers who always say why these events only ever occur in the United States. It's quite clear these events are global. They're happening all over the world, and the files that have been released today run from 1944 to 2026. This is an issue that the government never stopped investigating after Project Blue Book, despite the lies have been told. We know now that there's been ongoing investigations into UAPs, that data has been being collected. The big questions that are being asked: will the government release more complete case files?
Be nicer to Trump?
Will the public receive clearer explanation for why some records remain redacted? Will Congress receive the videos and records it has already requested? Because none, I'm told, of the 46 videos requested by Anna Paulina Luna, Representative Anna Paulina Luna, have been released in today's
Ross,
release.
What did they say about that?
And will independent experts that a Disclosure Foundation asks have enough information to evaluate the cases responsibly? Will this become a sustained transparency process rather than a one-time release? So before I bring in my friend and commentator Lou Elizondo, who's going to make his first appearance on the show since his mortifyingly dangerous motorcycle accident, I just want to remind people what the president himself has said today about this. He said, "As for my promise to you, the Department of War has released the first tranche of the UFO UAP files to the public for their review and study. In an effort for complete and maximum transparency, it was my honor to direct my administration to identify and provide government files related to alien and extraterrestrial life, unidentified aerial phenomena, and unidentified flying objects." Whereas, the president says, previous administrations have failed to be transparent on this subject.
American people deserve to see and hear on this subject, which has been kept from them. But I do think there.
Gerb. Can Gerb join us now?
Absolutely. Gerb, do you want to join us?
Yes, I do.
All right. Give us just a moment to switch headsets here. There you go, sir.
G'day, Gerb. How are you?
I'm doing well, Ross. How are you? It's wonderful to see you.
Very well. Good to have you here. So listen, give us your hot take from today as well, please.
So obviously, as Rob just said, News Nation's newest and brightest, he says today was just a taste. Obviously, I think everyone can agree that what we saw today was the administration testing the waters to see if there is a public appetite for forms of disclosure. Like Rob said, and I agree with, it was just a taste. But I do think there is plenty of worry to be had. If such a rollout of files, of videos and such continues, what sort of disclosure are we going to have? Of course, as long as the Department of Defense, now the Department of War, intelligence community, and Department of Energy are kind of pulling the strings, if so to speak, we're at risk of either a disclosure that fizzles out or is carefully managed by agencies such as AARO, the All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, or other forms of disclosure that may fall flat.
You know, one thing I don't understand, is why have they created a website in the White House called aliens.gov? I mean, that's pretty categorical. And it's clearly to do with UAPs because somebody during the last few weeks has cheekily put a tiny little alien face on the site that comes and goes every now and then. They're teasing us with aliens.gov, but we know for sure it's a site that's been created probably at the instigation of the White House. We thought it might have been in contemplation of today's disclosure, but Anna Paulina Luna has indicated...
It's not the existence of aliens that would destroy people's faith. It's the fact that our religions are cargo cults based off of like alien gods. That's the part that's hard for these assholes to swallow, I think. Not necessarily that it's all fake, but that it was intentionally fucking, you know, it's like a shiny bauble for humanity to fucking play with. Give our lives purpose.
I made it in a tweet earlier on today that it's for something completely different. You got any hunches about what you think might be coming?
About aliens.gov. No, I am not. And I've also heard that the facilitation of some videos we may have coming down the road may be through the All Domain Anomaly Resolution Office as well, which is almost equally as concerning as a site called aliens.gov that has nothing to do with the subject of extraterrestrials or UAP.
Yeah, I find it baffling. Let's get on to the nuts and bolts of the concerns that I have about how limited this release is. At the moment, what we're talking about is State Department, FBI, and Department of War. And frankly, a lot of the files, especially the FBI files, have been released before. It's nice to see the Twining memo there in all its glory, the hotel memo, which talks about the purported Roswell crash. But frankly, a lot of those aren't new. Right. We know, don't we, and I raised this with Lou Elizondo, there are other agencies that should be being given the squeeze to release their files. Do we have any indication at all that that's going to happen?
Man.
No indication yet.
And DOE files.
Where I would put the squeeze specifically, if we want a more robust disclosure, especially what I'm sure you, myself, and many of your viewers want, a disclosure of legacy programs, which ostensibly have been tasked with the retrieval, storage, and exploitation of non-human technical vehicles since 1947, is a thorough analysis of the Department of Energy and its precursor agency, the Atomic Energy Commission. The trouble here with this is many special access programs, much sensitive materials, and so forth within the Department of Energy, formerly AEC, is covered by statutory authority, mainly the 1954 Atomic Energy Agreement, which, whether it be subjects such as special nuclear material, transclassifying foreign nuclear information, the subject of restricted data, as the American hero David Grush once said on the Joe Rogan podcast, they, meaning the legacy programs, have treated the subject like nuclear secrets for a long time. So that's a big can of worms, but I would specifically want to see the Department of Energy have a very thorough analysis for this rollout.
And are you seeing any contemplation at all, either from members of the UAP caucus or from the Department of War or ARROW, that there is any intention to compel the Department of War, the NGA, the NRO, the NSA, the CIA, all of those three-letter agencies to actually release what they have?
Absolutely not. My biggest concern here is the legacy programs that we are speaking of have, since at least the 1940s, exercised control and conducted operations through the Department of War, formerly the Department of Defense, the intelligence community, and Department of Energy. So I personally, to see files properly facilitated out of these agencies, the big six intelligence agencies, the Air Force and other armed forces departments, would be to bring in another agency within the United States that hasn't necessarily been engaged with this topic very much, especially this subject of legacy programs. And that would be something like the Department of Homeland Security or the Department of Justice. There needs to be more federal executive agents or national leads on this topic. Otherwise, we will get the whole spiel that Arrow gave us, which would be the Department of Defense investigating itself and finding it did nothing wrong. So I highly doubt we'll get many valuable files and videos through these standard channels.
You've already intimated this is an issue. I just don't think it's appropriate for the fox to be in charge of the henhouse. Do you think it's appropriate for Arrow, of all agencies, for the Department of War to be involved in assessing what should and shouldn't be released when, frankly, Arrow's past behaviour, particularly under Dr. Sean Kirkpatrick, has been contemptible in its treatment of the public's right to know?
Absolutely. The leaders of Arrow, Tim Phillips and Sean Kirkpatrick, have certainly showed an appetite for drama. I'm also wondering if there's a conflict of interest here. You know, after he left as head of Arrow, Sean Kirkpatrick went on to serve a senior position within Oak Ridge National Laboratory, a Department of Energy and NNSA, National Nuclear Security Administration National Lab, as well as currently his own corporation, Nonlinear Solutions, is subcontracting for the MITRE Corporation, both of whom MITRE and Oak Ridge have been implicated for a very long time, decades in fact, in the subject of legacy programs, monitoring and assessing non-human technology in the presence of UAP.
Well, can I ask you this? Is it your suspicion that Dr. Sean Kirkpatrick has actually worked for the legacy program?
Worked? I'm not sure, but I think it's fairly accurate to say at some point during his tenure within Arrow, Sean Kirkpatrick was given a briefing on some capabilities of the legacy programs or extant reality of UAP, and basically tasked to run interference. And I think we can pretty reasonably say this based upon some of the lies and mistruths that were presented in the Arrow historical report.
So what's your take on President Trump's stance on this? Do you think he's doing this as a distraction from the Epstein files or to get people's minds off the subject of the debacle in the Iran-Hormuz Strait situation? Or do you think this is a genuine attempt by the White House at transparency?
I think right now it's a genuine attempt. Trump has shown an appetite to discuss this subject before. I think back to his appearance on the Joe Rogan podcast, where Trump talked about the people coming from space and how the American populace would find that subject very interesting. The question is there a line that President Trump fears to cross? Is he just interested in getting out some interesting data of unknown unknowns, or is he worried that by touching into the subject of non-human intelligence and the UAP legacy programs that his own administration or his life might be in danger? Fox in the henhouse, there are certainly elements of the National Security Council and Department of Defense specific undersecretaries of defense, USDI in fact, that have a long storied history with this topic.
Well, Sam, UAP Gerb, it's great to speak to you. And Rob, if you're still there, wonderful to speak to you as well. Looking forward to having both of you on Reality Check sometime soon, particularly in these coming weeks of what we hope are increasingly insightful rollouts by the Trump administration of UAP data. Thank you very, very much, Sam, and thank you very, very much, Rob. Best wishes.
Thank you, Ross.
And that's Reality Check for this week. I'm hoping that we'll be seeing more releases in coming weeks.
God damn. I told you Ross was going to know.
This episode of the Y-Files is brought to you by the Wellness Company.
Probably sucks like every episode you've done in the past 6
Frank's
months.
mic had to stop. He was 28,000 feet up Everest and fading. He knew if he closed his eyes, he wouldn't
Ever since
open
you
them
started
again.
hanging out with Sean Ryan.
Lots of climbers took their last breath right here. Some were still frozen in the ice. But his partner wasn't worried. They just needed a break and a bit of food. Frank broke a mint cake in half and held a piece out. But nobody was there. But Frank knew he wasn't alone. He experienced something thousands of people in danger experience. An unseen presence, calm and familiar, always there when you're about to die. Scientists call him the third man.
Yeah,
they even built a machine that can summon him. Yeah. But what the machine creates and what survivors describe, they are two very different things. Ernest Shackleton's ship got crushed by Antarctic pack ice in November 1915. 27 men, 3 lifeboats, no ship. They camped on the ice for 5 months, dragging the lifeboats behind them. When the ice broke apart, they launched the boats and sailed 200 miles to the nearest land. But it was nothing more than a barren rock in the middle of nowhere. There was no hope of rescue. Nobody knew where they were. So Shackleton piled into a lifeboat with 5 men. They endured hurricane winds and 20-foot waves for 800 miles. But finally, they reached South Georgia Island. That was the good news. The bad news, they landed on the wrong side. The whaling station that could save them was on the north coast. They were on the south. And between them was a mountain range nobody crossed. Nobody even dared to try. But Shackleton was out of options. He picked 2 men for the final push, Tom Crean and Frank Worsley. They carried 50 feet of rope, a small axe, and 3 days of food. No tent, no sleeping bags, no good options. If they stay, they die.
Yeah, I saw MacGyver get off an island once. All he had was a kazoo, a dental dam, and an extra rigid churro.
A rigid churro.
Well, it wouldn't work with a flaccid churro.
Okay.
But it's nothing to be ashamed of. It happens to everybody's churro once in a while.
For 36 straight hours, they climbed. They navigated by the stars when they were lucky enough to have clear sky. Mostly, they just climbed in the dark. At one point, they got pinned. Going back meant freezing to death. Waiting meant freezing to death. So Shackleton coiled the rope beneath the 3 men like a sled, closed his eyes, and they pushed off. They slid 2,000 feet, screaming the whole way. Then they hit a snowbank. And somehow, nobody died. They finally stumbled into the whaling station, filthy and frostbitten, but alive. 3 men just pulled off one of the greatest survival feats in history. And each of them was hiding a secret from the others. Only later did they learn they all had the same secret. Weeks later, Shackleton admitted it first.
It seemed to me often that we were 4, not 3. I said nothing of it to Crean or Worsley. I could not bring myself to look behind me. I feared what I might see, or worse, what I might not.
Worsley said the same thing. A presence just outside his field of vision, keeping pace. They never saw the figure, never heard it speak. But all 3 were sure someone walked with them across that mountain range. T.S. Eliot wrote about it in his famous poem, The Wasteland.
Who is the third who walks always beside you? When I count, there are only you and I together. I do not know whether a man or a woman, but who is that on the other side of you?
That line gave the phenomenon its name, the third man. And 11 years later, Charles Lindbergh tried to cross the Atlantic alone. But he wasn't alone for long.
What is happened to Lindbergh, dude? That's spooky.
On May 20th, 1927, Charles Lindbergh climbed into a single-engine plane at Roosevelt Field on Long Island. He was going to fly nonstop to Paris, 33 hours over the open ocean alone. Plenty of pilots had tried, none made it.
Oh, you're talking about Sister Betrell.
What?
You said a nun made it. Sister Betrell is the only flying nun I know.
No, none as in no one.
How dare you? Sally Field is not no one. I like her. I really like her.
The problem started before he left the ground. By the time he hit the Atlantic, he was on his 2nd straight day without sleep. 22 hours into the flight, he felt himself slipping. As a last resort, he pointed the plane straight down and dove. And just before hitting the water, he pulled up and flew so low that waves splashed into the cockpit. Even the icy water wasn't enough. Lindbergh was going to crash, and he knew it. Then, just before he surrendered, the cockpit filled with people. Not one presence, many. Lindbergh called them phantoms. They sounded calm, friendly, even familiar. They pointed out a navigation problem. They helped him change course. And even though there was nothing behind his seat but fuel tanks and not enough room to stretch his legs, he could feel them. All of them, all around him, keeping him company, keeping him awake, keeping him alive.
These phantoms speak with human voices. Friendly, vapor-like shapes, without substance, able to appear and disappear at will. I am flying in a region beyond the range of human experience, where time and space seem to have altered.
The phantoms stayed for hours. They were comforting. They said he was going to be all right. Then just over the horizon, he saw white waves crashing against the green coast of Ireland. Land. Lindbergh felt a rush of adrenaline. Or relief. It didn't matter. Fuel levels were good, instruments were working, and the landing strip was in sight. He was going to make it. That's when Lindbergh realized something. The voices were gone. 1 minute the cockpit was full of people, then nothing. Lindbergh was alone. And after 33 hours in the air and almost 60 hours without sleep, Charles Lindbergh landed safely. He crossed the Atlantic. He made history. He became one of the most famous, admired men in the world. He published books. He gave hundreds of interviews. And through it all, he never mentioned the voices, not once. But 26 years later, Charles Lindbergh took another risk. This time he risked his reputation. In 1953, he wrote The Spirit of St. Louis. And this wasn't a story of bravery and triumph. Lindbergh wrote about his early struggles and regrets. And he wrote about that flight in 1927 when invisible voices saved his life. He was worried he'd be mocked for mentioning the third man. Instead, he won the Pulitzer Prize. 43 years later, on the tallest mountain wall in the world, the third man appeared again. But this time, he couldn't save everyone. On June 29, 1970, Reinhold Messner and his brother Gunther reached the summit of Nanga Parbat in Pakistan, nicknamed the Killer Mountain for its long, deadly history. They should have been celebrating. They just became the first people to climb the tallest mountain wall on Earth, 1,500 feet of vertical rock and ice.
Night gathers, and now my watch begins. It shall not end until my death.
Here he goes.
I shall take no wife, hold no lands, father no children.
You done?
Oh, I was going to the world punishment. Take no wife, father no children. I'd do that right now if I could. Oh, you didn't get your alimony check? Don't blame me, blame the raven.
Climbing to the top was easy, but now Gunther was in trouble. He felt dizzy, his vision blurred. Fluid was leaking into his lungs, and he knew what this was. Altitude sickness. He didn't know how bad, but he knew he couldn't make the climb back down. So Reinhold made a call. They descend a different side of the mountain. It was a shorter climb, but that's about all they knew about the terrain. They weren't prepared to take a different way down, but this was Gunther's best chance to live. They started down slowly, but still, Gunther couldn't keep up. Every time Reinhold turned to check on him, he was farther and farther behind. They were 1,000 feet in the air. Reinhold started to panic. That's when he noticed the third climber, not ahead or behind, just to his right, a few steps back, just outside his line of sight.
Oh no.
Reinhold never saw the figure directly, but it kept pace, steady and calm, for hours.
Suddenly, there was a third climber with us, descending on my right side. I could sense his presence.
But the third man couldn't save everyone. Near the bottom of the mountain, an avalanche hit. Reinhold barely survived, and Gunther didn't. His remains weren't found for almost 50 years. In 1985, two British climbers, Joe Simpson and Simon Yates, were coming down the west face of Ciula Grande when Joe slipped and shattered his leg. This was a bad one. Bone was poking through the skin, and they were 20,000 feet up, so there'd be no rescue. So they worked out a system. They had a 300-foot rope, one end tied around each man. Simon would lower Joe down slowly, let him get in place with his good leg, and then follow down. And they did this for hours. 3,000 agonizing feet. Then a storm hit, and they lost sight of each other. Simon called out, but the wind was too loud. Suddenly, Simon felt the rope snap against his ribs as it went taut. A gust knocked Joe off the mountain, so his full weight was pulling on Simon. Simon dug in as best he could, but his hands were frostbitten and he was down to one anchor. If Joe didn't grab hold soon, they'd both fall. Simon held that rope for a full hour while the storm got worse. Then he heard a dull scrape. His last anchor was starting to give. He still couldn't see Joe. He screamed. He begged. Nothing. Another gust of wind roared through, and the anchor slipped again. If Simon waited any longer, they'd both die. He had only one terrible option.
God, no,
He cut the rope.
don't do it, dude. Oh God, you did
Joe
it.
fell 100 feet into the dark. Simon assumed he was dead. He should have been, but he wasn't. Joe landed on a snowbank inside the crevasse, alive alone in the dark with a shattered leg. Above him, a 100-foot drop he couldn't climb. Below him, a bottomless pit. No food, no radio, no way out. Then he heard a voice. Not his own thoughts, another voice, clear and calm. It told him to stop looking for a way up. The way out was down. Joe couldn't see what was down there, but he went anyway. And for 3 days, the voice kept talking. Which direction to crawl, when to rest, when to keep moving.
There was this voice talking to me, and it was quite clear. You've got to do this, you've got to do that. And I do it.
Joe dragged a shattered leg over boulder fields and 3 glaciers. He dragged himself all the way back to camp just as Simon was packing up. Simon looked like he saw a ghost. Joe said he might have been saved by one. He wrote about it in Touching the Void. He didn't believe in ghosts, or God, or guardian angels, or any of it. But he believed that voice was real, and he knew it saved his life. 2 cases, 2 mountains. One presence watched a man die and couldn't stop it. Another pulled a man out of a hole in the ice. Whatever the third man is, he doesn't work the same way twice. Because 12 years later, a cave diver lost her lifeline in 100 feet underwater. She had 20 minutes of air left, and the stranger who came for her wasn't invisible. She knew him.
Dude. Oh my god. Dude. That's spooky, man. Shackleton?
In 1997, Rob Palmer was one of the world's leading experts on blue hole diving. He'd spent years mapping underwater cave systems other divers wouldn't touch. That summer, he went on a dive in the Red Sea, and he never came back. A few weeks after Rob died, his widow got back in the water. Stephanie Schwab was a geologist. She studied the underwater caves of the Bahamas, same territory her husband worked. She'd been in those caves dozens of times. She suited up alone and descended into a cave called Mermaid's Lair.
Yeah, Mermaid's Lair. That's the club on Flamingo, right? With the 24-hour buffet?
No, it's a cave.
No, you're telling me. It's the kind of place where every night is open pole night.
An underwater cave.
Well, on Tuesdays...
Okay, that's enough. Cave diving works like this. You clip yourself to a guideline when you enter. The line is how you find your way out. The cave is pitch black. Visibility is measured in inches. If you lose the guideline, the cave kills you. Stephanie lost the guideline. She had a limited amount of air in her tanks. She reached into the dark and felt nothing. Her breathing picked up, and breathing hard at depth burns through air fast. Then she heard a voice.
Stephanie,
Stop breathing so much, you dumb cow.
Wait. Calm down. You're going to be okay.
She knew the voice. It was Rob.
Stephanie,
she
calm
stopped
down.
and felt him right next to her,
I've recently
helping her.
swallowed your mate.
Breathe, honey. Just breathe.
I'm absorbed.
Trust me, okay?
Stephanie slowed her breathing. She felt her panic dissipating.
Good. Okay, I need you to reach about 3 feet above your head. Slightly to your left. Don't rush. Just feel around.
She reached up and felt the guideline. It had been directly above her the whole time.
Good. I knew you could do it. Stay calm. You have plenty of air. You've done this 100 times. Follow the line. Don't rush. You're gonna be okay.
Stephanie followed the line back through the cave and up to open water. The moment she broke the surface, the presence was gone. She never saw her husband, but she heard him, and he saved her, and then he was gone. But the most dramatic account didn't come from a mountain or an ocean or a cave. It came from inside a burning skyscraper on a Tuesday morning in September.
Oh no, AJ. No. Oh, dude. He's like the kind of guy who gets like mad at his son. He's like, fuck you, my friends died face down.
September 11th, 2001, 9:03 a.m. The second plane hit the South Tower between the 77th and 85th floors. Ron DeFrancisco worked for Eurobrokers on the 84th floor. When the plane hit, he was below the impact zone by just a few floors. The people above him were dead, or were gonna be. He started down stairway A. He made it a few floors down and ran into 2 people coming up. They told him the stairway below was gone, consumed by fire. The smoke made the air unbreathable. The group turned around and headed for the roof, hoping for a helicopter. Ron followed them up a few floors, but then he stopped. The roof was the wrong choice. He didn't know why. He turned around and went back down into the smoke, alone. The smoke was thick enough to blind him. A collapsed section of wall blocked the stairs. He tried to climb over it. He couldn't breathe. His lungs were burning, so he stopped. He sat down and decided this was where he was going to die.
No way.
He thought about his wife, thought about his kids, and then he heard a voice.
Beach. So California put out an article about a thing that happened in Miami Beach in 1959. That sounds fake. They made that shit up, and it was far away, so you couldn't double check, you couldn't follow up on it. That's fake. It's gotta be.
Get up. You can do this.
Ron felt a physical presence next to him, but nobody was there.
I was led to the stairs. I don't think something grabbed my hand, but I was definitely led.
The presence guided him down through smoke and fire. At one point, it led him directly into the flames. Nobody sane runs toward fire, but Ron did. His hands burned, his face burned, but he made it past the impact zone. Then the voice disappeared. Ron kept going. He made it to the lobby. He ran out of the building. He was barely 2 blocks away when the South Tower collapsed. Ron DeFrancisco was the last person to escape the South Tower alive. More than 600 other people in that building died that day. Everyone above the 78th floor, everyone who headed for the roof. Ron says he wouldn't have made it without the presence he never saw, but felt. Journalist John Geiger spent 5 years collecting accounts like these. Climbers, sailors, soldiers. He found hundreds of cases and published them in a book called The Third Man Factor. Shackleton in the ice, Lindbergh over the ocean, Stephanie underwater, and Ron in a burning stairwell. 100 years of stories that nobody could explain. Then in 2006, a neuroscientist in Switzerland found a way to summon the third man. All you have to do is let him open your skull and stay awake while he does it.
Yeah, I love that.
You're 22 years old with epilepsy. You're lying on an operating table. Your skull is open. You're awake because the doctors need you to tell them what you feel when they touch your brain. This is so they know where to cut. Off by an inch here or a centimeter there, you could lose your ability to speak. You could go into a coma. You could die. They send a small electrical current into a region behind your ear, and then a shadow appears behind you. You can't see it, but you know it's there. You can feel it. When you sit up, it sits up. When you lie down, it lies down behind you and wraps its arms around you. Then the doctors turn off the electricity, and the shadow goes away. You don't feel the presence anymore. Current on, presence. Current off, nothing. Every single time. They summoned the third man. The neuroscientist running that surgery was Olaf Blanc, and until that moment in 2006, nobody knew where the third man came from. Blanc's team stimulated the part of the brain that tracks where your body is in space, the left temporoparietal junction.
A tuna fried potato funyun.
Temporoparietal junction.
What I say?
It takes signals from your muscles, your inner ear, your eyes, your skin, and it builds one picture of where you are and what you're doing. When that system breaks, from exhaustion, oxygen deprivation, extreme cold, or an electrode, the brain builds that picture of you twice, and you're aware of both. But it feels like the second presence belongs to someone else. In 2014, Blanc took it further. His team built a robot to mimic human movement. Blindfolded volunteers stood in front of one robot and behind another, like waiting in line. The subject then taps the robot in front of them on the shoulder. The robot behind copies this in real time and taps the subject on the shoulder. Fine. But when the robot's reactions were delayed, just by half a second, volunteers felt something. A presence behind them, not the robot, a presence, sentient and aware. Some got so disturbed, they asked to stop. 2 subjects felt even more than one presence in the room. all from half a second delay. Blanc's team built a machine that could create the third man on demand. The third man experiment proved that when the brain's prediction of sensation is interrupted, it attributes those sensations to an external agent, in other words, the third man. But there's a big problem with this theory.
This isn't the same thing.
That's not how the third man works at all.
Spidery thin legs.
In 2014, researchers designed a robotic presence experiment to mimic the sensed presence in controlled conditions, and it worked. A presence appeared, but it was nothing like the third man. Subjects described a shadow entity that made them uncomfortable, even frightened. That's not how the third man works. He doesn't create fear, he takes it away. Every survivor describes a calming presence, supportive and encouraging. The mechanism matched, the experience didn't. So, is the third man real? Well, let's break it down. The skeptical explanation is clean. Under extreme stress, the brain misfires. It hallucinates a second person built from its own signals. Blanc proved it by stimulating the temporoparietal junction.
Complimentary pirate luncheon.
Never mind. Electrode on, ghost appears. Electrode off, gone. His team reproduced the effect in healthy people in minutes. The third man is the brain talking to itself and not recognizing its own voice. And that explanation fits every survivor. Shackleton had been awake 36 hours in sub-zero cold. Lindbergh hadn't slept in over 2 days. Joe Simpson was hypothermic with a shattered leg. And Ron DeFrancisco was breathing smoke and carbon monoxide. But the glitch theory can't explain the most important part. The third man is helpful. Hallucinations from oxygen deprivation are chaotic. Melting walls, hostile figures, panic. The third man is the opposite. He's calm. He gives directions. He knows the way out. And he's consistent. In 1943, the British neurologist MacDonald Critchley interviewed almost 300 shipwreck survivors. This was 60 years before Blanc picked up an electrode. Critchley found the same pattern. Calm presence, specific guidance, disappears when the danger ends. Christians and atheists, 1916 and 2001. Mountain climbers and office workers. All of them describe the same thing. And there's one more theory worth mentioning. In 1976, psychologist Julian Jaynes argued that ancient humans didn't have the kind of internal experience that we have today. They heard voices, commands from the right hemisphere of the brain, and interpreted them as gods. Jaynes called it the bicameral mind. The theory says that under extreme stress, the brain reverts to that older operating system. The command voice comes back. It sounds like science fiction, but it fits these theories better than a misfiring brain does. But here's the question nobody can answer. If the brain makes the third man, why does it make him a savior? Evolution doesn't usually build backup systems that switch on at the moment of death, unless they work. Systems that are calm, specific, directional. Systems that know which way to crawl, which way to walk, which way to swim in the pitch black. If the third man is a malfunction, he's the most useful malfunction in the history of biology. If the brain is doing this on purpose, then we're looking at something in human consciousness that science hasn't mapped yet. Something that knows you need help, and something that shows up on time. Something that leaves when you're safe. The survivors know what they felt. The scientists know what they can prove. And somewhere in the gap between those two things, on a mountain, in a cockpit, inside a cave, in a burning stairwell, the third man was there. And I don't need science to explain the third man. I don't care who he is. I'm just glad he's there, waiting and watching, ready to step in when you need him most.
Really? You think so, maybe? That was scary. I'm scared.
Thank you so much for hanging out today. I'm AJ. That's Hecklefish.
You like me. You really like me.
This has been the White Files. If you had fun or learned,
Pluto.
Easy Rider.
What's up, humans, and welcome to a new Psicoactivo. Happy Friday, everybody. Happy Doomer Friday. It was a fantastic Doomer Friday. Thank you to everybody who watched the live show on all the feeds. It was really great. I think that we may have done the funniest Doomer Friday of them all, especially when Sander and Andy from that UFO podcast and Dreamland Motel were speaking in Southern American accents while reading as astronauts. That was a fun part of the video. And I encourage you guys to go watch it. But speaking of astronauts, I gave you guys a scoop, the hidden scoop. Some things were not exactly right. The information was that it was going to drop on arrow.mil. It didn't. It also didn't drop on aliens.gov. The files dropped directly on the Department of War's official website.
Fuck you.
And there were about 120 or so.
Fuck you, Higgs.
In terms of the documents, there were a bunch of videos. There's this video that kind of looks like it could be a parachute, but people are going crazy over it. It's really interesting, but I'm not sure that we can rely on that. The NASA stuff is interesting, and even though there's a lot in there,
Galactic Federation.
it hasn't. There was
Galactic Federation has a warrant for Pete Higgs. He's trying to obfuscate. I forgot all about that.
It's already out. There's a Daft Punk song with some of those audios from astronauts speaking about bogies and unidentified objects and stuff like that. This one came out and I found it really interesting. Shout out to UAP James. This is from the 1965 Gemini 7 mission. And listen to what they say at the beginning. They clearly say a bogey, which is an unidentified flying object, essentially.
A bogey at 10 o'clock high. This is Houston. Say again, 7? So we have a bogey at 10 o'clock high. Is that the booster or is that an actual sighting? Say again, 7? So we have several, looks like debris up there, actual sighting. It looks like hundreds of little particles going by from the west out about 3 to 4 miles. Understand you have many small particles going by
This guy
on the left.
already.
At what distance?
Oh, you got particles? I didn't say anything about them.
Looks like perhaps a vehicle that's disintegrated. Roger, understand they're about 3 to 4 miles away. They're past now, they're going to pull a little bit. The booster on my side is a brilliant body of the sun, but just a black background and billions of particles around it.
Couldn't help noticing the lack of subscribers.
So bogey, that's one. So the source that I spoke to was spot on that there was going to be shown a lot of NASA stuff. This is from 1965. That's what I heard when I spoke to this source, but they told me also from the 60s in general. And there were a number of Apollo mission things that were shown. There was a really cool picture that was shown there that I'm going to show you right now so you can check it out. I found this really interesting. And this is a real photo from one of the lunar missions. And who knows what the hell that is? Some people were saying giant dildo. Reminds me of that Austin Powers movie, right? So, yeah, NASA was exposed a little bit here because they've been denying that they've had any feeds or files or anything for 60 plus years. And they just got caught red-handed right here. So, I don't know what else they're going to release, but to be honest with you, the release in general, I mean, we were expecting grainy videos from Arrow, which there were, and there wasn't going to be like a real like 4K kind of release of anything, really. Luna said that it's encouraging that the 46 videos that they requested are going to be released over the next 30 days, according to reports. And those 46 videos are going to be there. I don't know about those videos. I don't know how compelling they may be or not. But
I think it's intentionally done. I think Trump said, give me some UFO shit to disclose, and the fucking Pentagon, Sean Kirkpatrick and Susan Go and those fucking scumbags, they were just like, okay, we'll put something together, and they ignored Luna's shit. Like, where's Luna's videos? That's what I want to see. Like, what the fuck is this? Nobody asked for this. You know, I guess Trump did, right? I don't know. Congress asked for 46 videos. Fucking give them to Congress, man. The Pentagon is out of pocket. Like, and it's just this bullshit FBI stuff. Most of the stuff people have already seen. I think this was intentionally done to kind of like minimize the subject and make it seem like not serious and silly and not worth your time. And I mean, maybe the next bunch of videos will be better. But, like, this is a really poor start. Like, I don't think they're gonna go any there. I don't think they're gonna show us anything good. I think, like Gerb said a minute ago, dude, they're all like in. I think all the good stuff is all like untraceable. It's like DOE and, you know, other classified programs that we have no way to FOIA, you know.
But let's go through the 3 reactions from the title, yeah? Let's go to the first one, which is Tom DeLonge, who in 2014, he started talking to people in the radio, talking about really wild shit. Then he predicted what happened in 2017 and pretty much everything that happened subsequently, that there were going to be hearings, all of that. He predicted that. He was the one who was talking about this. And this is his reaction, which I think is optimistic. And it's good to see him in good spirits with this. Here it is.
You know, we just had a big drop of a bunch of government documents on unidentified aerial phenomena today. Just wanted to put out my own kind of perspective on this. I think that this is a tremendous thing that's happening. I think for a bunch of different reasons. Number one, the government is now formally doing stuff. They're formally investigating it, formally reviewing it, formally putting it out. Especially that one of the videos looks like a North Star. I think that's one of the most shocking things I've seen in a long time. We've never seen a UAP actually like look like that. But I'm just really excited. I'm really proud. And I think that the net that they are casting right now, they're really getting things done. And the government's taking this seriously.
He was
and
the front man for the project.
I'm still very connected to the subject and to a lot of people working on this. And I feel really good about it. I'm really optimistic that this is going to lead to more investigations, to more review. We're never going to get like, you know, the perfect thing just presented to us on a plate. But this is the process that starts, that happens over years, where they keep digging and digging and digging.
This is what I think it is.
To the truth of it all.
Tom thinks it is.
I'm just, I don't know.
They're
I'm just
not
really stoked. I'm really proud
any
that the country's leading like this in this subject area. You know,
it's a
right
lot
on.
more.
All right, stay tuned for more.
So that's Tom. What do you think about that? Let me know. The other reaction.
This shit is easy. Trump's a fucking coward and he's a pussy and he hates the world and he hates everybody. Like, he's not. I don't see him willing to, like, go out on a limb and be like, yeah, we're actually like cattle or something. We belong to like 8 species or some weird, you know, I don't know, whatever it is. I don't think we are. I don't think we have a very particularly we're very low stature in this world around us, I think. I mean, if they know anything, I think they know dark truths, you know? I'm not 100% convinced. And they may have found stuff and then still not been able to piece everything together.
mean, I feel like the Bob Lazar stuff seems like it's probably true, at least some version of it, but I don't necessarily know that they have a full picture of what's going on. I mean, in the show Taken, for instance, they certainly didn't. They've been chasing them, like Jacques Vallée, you know? Like, I always reference him. He's been doing this for like 50 fucking years, and he still doesn't know what the hell's going on. I don't know what that means, other than it's a really interesting problem. You know, what does that tell you, other than like something's going on there? You don't study something that's bogus for 50 years, you know? I mean, what do you want them to say? Like, it's like, at a certain point, people have to use their own powers of discernment. Like, why does Trump have to validate what you believe about the world? Like, James Lukaski said he's been inside of a spacecraft working for the government, right? Is that not okay? Is that not good enough for you? You know, that's what I'm saying. The evidence has been out there. People choose not to believe it. Like, what type of evidence are you looking for? There's stacks of reports going back decades, all of like the same type of shit. All the nuclear bases in the 60s, like it's... The fucking airports in Europe a few weeks ago, the New Jersey Flap. The one before that, the Langley Air Base. All of these things are incredible, like, there's no prosaic way to explain, like, any of that shit I just referenced, right? Like, it's a pretty serious thing. But, like, everybody who sees it just kind of laughs about it. Like, oh, it's crazy. Dark truths. I mean, Tom DeLonge thinks that they're like the Greek gods, you know, which I think might be true.
And I'm gonna talk about Burleson right here because I think this one is very interesting to see. Burleson was on Fox News speaking about this and about the videos that haven't been released. He specifically talks about two videos that if President Trump and the administration don't release those, he pretty much warned them that he has the means to do so himself. This is huge. So the guys aren't happy with the release of the videos that end up being at the end of all this because it's going to be subsequent batches one by one. Burleson said the following that he's going to do if those videos that he wants are not going to be released.
Are we trying to prepare the American people with a slow drip tease of this stuff? If not, then Congressman, I would say, if this is all we've got, then I'm not sure that there's anything that the American government really has that tells us anything about the existence of aliens. I'm just beginning to feel like this entire story is teased out always just beyond our reach.
I can sense your frustration. I've experienced it personally myself. I've seen videos that I think are in the process of being declassified, so I think that there is more to come. If they're not going to be declassified, I'll probably do an effort to release them myself under speech and debate. But again, a lot of the footage that I've seen is similar to what has been released today. There's some that are pretty interesting, and especially given the environment and the circumstances of the videos, whether they are videos of UAPs that are flying around Russian submarines, or a video of our aircraft that are firing on some of these UAPs. I've seen those kind of videos, and so I'm teasing that because I know that I'm telling the administration through you at this moment that if they don't release those, then I have the capabilities of getting those videos and releasing them.
That's a warning from Burleson. I wouldn't call it a threat because talking to him, he wants for people to be less abrasive with the first drop because we know how sensitive this administration is. We know how they handled the Epstein files. I'm sure that deep down, Burleson doesn't really talk about it that much, but I'm sure that he knows that not everything was released, but the administration is the one that is currently calling the shots right now. And he essentially made me think of an analogy of, imagine that you're living in a dreamland where unicorns are real and you spot one from a distance. And you gotta be really, really quiet if you wanna move closer to see it properly. And what we got right now is that initial moment when you just spot it from a distance, you wanna approach and you don't wanna scare it off. That's the way I see this. And that's what Congressman Burleson made me think when he told me that. Like, we can't go straight at the jugular at the beginning of this. We have to wait until all is said and done. And yeah, if the administration can very well, if they see something that they don't like from in terms of the reaction, they can just stop doing it if they want to. They totally can. So I don't know. I would just advise people to wait and see what happens. But that was not the only reaction that we got. It's time to talk about Grush. He was also on Fox News. He did two things. One was he revealed that President Trump was briefed on UFO crash retrievals. That is new information. And then he singled out a person from the Department of National Intelligence by name. So let's show you first what he said about President Trump and UFO crash retrievals, because I think this is an interesting one and we need to talk about it. So here it is.
We had you on, obviously, in November. We did a series of reports, and thanks for coming on back then. This is what you said then about the president.
Certainly the current president is very knowledgeable on this subject, and I really believe if Trump wants to be the greatest president and the most consequential leader likely in world history, he certainly has the knowledge, the capabilities, and understanding of some of these sensitive government transparency issues.
So you think, one, he knows, and two, he's open to transparency on UAPs?
Fucking thing.
He certainly is very well informed on this issue. Leave it at that.
Yeah, so you think he's opening up this door and knows a lot more?
Oh, yes, sir. And I actually went into that in detail recently. I did an interview with Chris Farrell on Judicial Watch. And certainly President was briefed late in his first term before COVID by a particular agency and was briefed on many of these issues, to include the crash retrieval issue. However, like I pointed out on Judicial Watch, certainly I don't think he's gotten all the information, and because of that agency's reputation, he certainly probably doesn't believe quite everything that he's been told, and I'm sure he's tasked his team in the White House to verify a lot of the other aspects that he was briefed on his first term.
Yeah. And the other one were not exactly named, but kind of a specific person from the DIA and the CIA. So here it is.
What you're saying is we are on the cusp of getting a lot more details that deal with actual alien beings, however you're going to describe them.
That's certainly up to the president's team, and I certainly support them, but it has come to my attention actually recently, as of today, there are some actors within certain intelligence agencies, to include DIA and CIA specifically, that are actually blocking some of the president's presidentially appointed team and getting access and getting control on some of these historical records. So I really expect the Undersecretary of Defense for Intelligence and Security, Bradley Hansel, to take care of that, as some of that's under his cognizance, especially on the national program side, which is directly under his organization, to reveal some of the historical National Security Council records on this.
What you're saying is we are on the cusp of...
So essentially, the person he named is the one that has to look into the wrongdoers from DIA and CIA specifically, according to Grush. So this is gonna get interesting. I wanted for you guys to check out the reactions. There's a lot to go through. I'm gonna leave a link in the description to a few threads I found on X that have it all like singled out, and I have one link that I'm going to leave where they put together all the videos in a 30-minute video. I'm not gonna play it here because it's 30 minutes, no sound, and it's not really that compelling. It's very grainy, a lot of it, and there's just a few that do like 90-degree turns and very interesting little ones, but it's not what exists. That's the point. I think it's a good first step, and I know that there's going to be a lot of pushback, but I hope that those involved prevail and they get a lot more released. And I would remain cautiously optimistic. That's what I would recommend. But let me know what you think. I know a lot of you are going to say it's a nothing burger. There's Green Street already debunking a bunch of those. Some of those are debunkable, to be honest with you. But I think that a lot of the documents are really compelling. And some of them even mention technology from Nazis that looked an awful lot like flying saucers, but they weren't able to get there yet in terms of energy consumption. There's a couple of those.
Yeah,
so Paperclip wasn't just about just getting back the scientists and anything. They also brought back a lot of the work. So that was huge, and not a lot of people talk about it. And yeah, a lot of the NASA stuff was already out there, but there were a few things that weren't. So we also need to discuss that. Yeah, NASA was exposed. Not such a paragon of transparency now, are you? So, let me know what you think about the overall drop. What are you expecting for the future? What do you think about these reactions from Tom DeLonge, Eric Burleson, David Grush?
Look, I'm glad Tom's taking a victory lap. He deserves it. But it still fucking sucks. Tom can take a victory lap anytime he wants. Just like I'd be victory lapping non-subscribers. Okay. Well. Cool and subscribed. Realize that's not the best strategy to gain subscribers. It's too artsy. You fucking dorks do it. Yeah, it was the American Nazis trying to recruit European Nazis to make sure they overpowered the American communists. Yeah. Dulles, a smart guy. He was right to do that from his perspective. Otherwise, he would have lost. I mean, it was New Deal era, so he was already getting thumped, but he would have gotten thumped harder. Just like I'm thumping your moms.